Good evening, members of the public and the press attending this full council meeting of BCP Council on the 25th of March 2025. I am Councillor Simon Bull, and as Vice Chair of BCP Council, I'll be chairing the meeting in the Chairman's absence this evening. I will now set out the housekeeping arrangements for the meeting. Please note that this meeting is being recorded by the Council for live and subsequent broadcast and will be published on the Council website for a minimum of 6 months. In order to ensure the meeting is managed effectively, please could everyone follow these ground rules. If you wish to speak, please raise your hand clearly to indicate. Where there appears to be consensus in the meeting for a motion, I will ask if there is any dissension. When a formal vote is required, this will be carried out by a show of hands unless a recorded vote is requested, which requires support from a quarter of the members present at the meeting. Please could members indicate to me if they are leaving the meeting. In accordance with the Constitution, I will allow for comfort breaks as appropriate, and please avoid leaving the meeting during the debate. Points of order raised should state the applicable constitutional provision. I will assume that all councillors will uphold the highest standard of conduct during our meeting and treat one another with courtesy and consideration. As a reminder, this is a meeting being held in public and not a public meeting, with public in attendance to observe proceedings and debate. I therefore request that members of the public remain silent throughout all items. Chief Executive, will you read out the apologies received for this meeting?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, apologies have been received from the Chairman of the Council, Councillor Leslie Dedman, Councillor Hazel Allen, Councillor Julie Bagwell, Councillor Phil Broadhead, Councillor Jude Butt, Councillor John Challoner, Councillor Joe Clements, Councillor Bobby Dove, Councillor Dwayne Farr, Councillor Anne Filer, Councillor Jeff Hanna, and Councillor Anne-Marie Moriarty.
Thank you. The Monitoring Officer has granted all BCP councillors a dispensation to enable all to participate in the debate and vote on the Community Governance Review. The granting of this dispensation will be reported to the next meeting of the Standards Committee. Chief Executive, can you report on any further declarations of interest received?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Councillor Vanessa Ricketts has declared an interest in the Harbour Protection Policy petition, as she is Secretary to the Christchurch Harbour and Marine Society. If any other member feels they might need to make a declaration of interest, if they could refer to the flow chart, please, that's set out in the agenda for guidance. Thank you.
Councillors, do you agree to confirm the minutes of the Council meeting held on the 25th of February 2025? Is there any dissension? Thank you. The minutes are agreed by consensus. Announcements and introductions from the Chairman, or should I say Vice Chairman. One engagement since the last meeting that I attended was the Arts University of Bournemouth and the opening ceremony for their air source heat pumps, which are, I'm told, working well and reducing their carbon footprint considerably, which is good. One announcement: Corporate Director for Wellbeing, Gillian Kay, this is the last council meeting before she goes off to take up her role as the Chief Executive of Southampton City Council, and I'm sure you'll all join me in wishing her well. Public issues. Please note that the time for questions, statements and petitions from members of the public shall normally commence immediately after the item declarations of interest on the agenda for the meeting and shall be restricted to a total of 15 minutes. Although at the discretion of the Vice Chair of the Council or the Vice Chair of the meeting, this time may be extended. Where a question to which an answer is to be given is not reached within the time limit, a written answer shall be provided to the questioner within 2 working days of the meeting and a copy emailed to all councillors. Remaining statements will be published to the Council's website. In accordance with the Constitution, no discussion shall be allowed upon questions or statements. Joanne Keeling has submitted a public question on the establishment of parish councils. Would you like to ask your question? And Councillor Millie Earle, Leader of the Council, will respond.
Good evening, everyone. Given that Sir Keir Starmer scrapped NHS England for his unnecessary bureaucracy, why is BCP Council considering establishing parish councils, another tier of administration? Shouldn't we streamline local governance instead of adding layers that increase costs and complicate decision-making? If current services are struggling, wouldn't strengthening the existing council be more efficient than forming new parish councils? There would be no need for extra layers if BCP operated more efficiently. While we call for reduced bureaucracy nationally, locally we propose expanding it. How do these contradictory policies align with an alleged cost-conscious government? Please clarify. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Keeling. Following a commitment by the Three Towns Alliance administration to empower our communities to make decisions on the issues that matter most to them, and the lack of consultation on community governance throughout the local government reorganisation process for Bournemouth and Poole residents, Council approved the commencement of a community governance review in October 2024. Council this evening will be asked to consider the draft recommendations of the Task and Finish Group following the invitation of initial submissions, and if approved, these will be subject to a 12-week consultation. The responses will be considered in accordance with the agreed timetable and the legislation, and Council will be asked to consider any final recommendations in October 2025. Parish and town councils are a legitimate tier of local government with over 10,000 councils in England. They can play a pivotal role in the provision of services at a local level, reflecting the priorities of an area as evidenced by the existing parish and town councils in Christchurch and Bournemouth. Thank you.
Sue Chapman has submitted a public question on the climate emergency. Would you like to ask your question, Sue? And Councillor Andy Hadley, Portfolio Holder for Climate Response, Environment and Energy, will respond.
Thank you. Good evening. Agenda items 12 and 13 concern the well-being of children and young people. Young people should not have to fight for a habitable future, nor should our children's life chances on a Grenfelling planet be ignored. The single-page illustrated document I wrote, East Dorset Friends of the Earth endorsed, and Bournemouth Borough Council printed, was distributed by myself and my late husband on our 30th wedding anniversary, 24/7/06, to all 12 Bournemouth libraries. Since then, no such document has appeared in libraries, doctor surgeries, nor anywhere to inform the public just what is happening to their world. Denialism is allowed to flourish, and with it go our chances of survival. An escalating, dangerous 429 parts per million CO2, when Earth's safe level is 350 parts per million, shows the failure of all authorities to respect, warn and prepare subsequent generations for the Anthropocene. How does BCP plan to address this? Thank you.
Thank you. Sue, thank you for clear warnings. The Council are actively working on awareness for children and young people. Our educational improvement team is assisting schools in Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole to address the Department for Education's Sustainability, Leadership and Climate Action Plans initiative, which involves all education settings nominating a sustainability lead and putting in place a climate action plan. This complements the Council's Environmental Schools Award, an established scheme that helps schools to improve their environmental performance across many areas, including energy, waste, biodiversity and travel. I have been asked into a local school to hear the work of the eco-leaders, and I would welcome more such visits. The Council has also been taking practical measures to reduce emissions and to raise awareness at schools with the School Streets scheme, aimed at restricting traffic and parking initially outside 4 local schools during peak times. This resulted in an 11.5% rise in parents and carers opting to leave their cars at home and either walk, cycle or scoot, and a 92% of respondents requesting the schemes to be made permanent. Other schools are now coming on board. To raise awareness more widely, I presented the annual Climate Action Report to Cabinet earlier this month, and at the same time launched the Council's emissions dashboard that can be accessed by anyone from the climate pages of the Council's website. This makes available our emissions data and shows our progress towards becoming carbon neutral, displaying roadmaps and illustrating how this can be achieved, and case studies. I agree that we need to do far more to counter the false narratives and apathy. The links that you frequently share are always valuable. Most recently, predictions from the medical journal The Lancet about massive population health impacts of climate change, from the Society of Actuaries and Exeter University about the global risks to food production, millions of deaths and trillions of annual GDP losses across the planet, and from Oxford University Press, which highlights the huge shift in human emissions needed to undo the damage of the last century of human activity. In recent weeks, the climate team has been strengthened by 2 new officers. Part of whose role will be to carry out community engagement on sustainability issues, including climate change awareness. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Judith Adder has submitted a public question on the BIC. Would you like to ask your question? And Councillor Herritt, portfolio holder for Destination Leisure and Commercial Operations, will respond.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to ask this question. As a long-time BCP Council taxpayer, I want to know about Bournemouth Live, the shadowy, outsourced, closed company running the massive, underutilised Bournemouth International Convention Centre. Who is the CEO, and how much does this immense Bournemouth asset contribute to our town and BCP's coffers? Time to reveal this now, with BCP's contracting budgets and my hugely increasing council tax bill. This information appears nowhere in my latest council tax demand, nor is it public information on BCP's or the BH Live websites. It must have surely cost BCP millions of pounds to build, and the BIC is far from paying its way today, as expected, with a pitifully limited number of events it now hosts. Unimpressed with many rebuffs I received when I offered my organisational business development skills, I can help develop significantly more revenue from this major Bournemouth asset. I believe it is now a white elephant on sea. I offer proven business leadership skills, knowledge, savvy, drive, determination to help improve this situation, and respectfully ask for some answers.
Thank you for your question. BH Live are a separate organisation to BCP Council and run as a registered charity. They currently hold the lease for the BIC, Pavilion and 3 of the BCP-owned Bournemouth leisure centres. BH Live pay the council a service fee on an annual basis as part of this lease agreement, which is contained within the council's overall budget. Council officers have regular partnership meetings with BH Live in line with the contractual agreement, which covers their service plan, budgets and performance. BH Live have a Board of Trustees and submit their accounts to Companies House and the Charity Commission, along with a full report on an annual basis, as with all registered charities. The trustees' names, which include 2 BCP councillors, are publicly available on the Charity Commission website, along with annual reports in which the senior management names, including the Chief Executive, are listed. The council do not appoint staff to or recruit for BH Live. This is done through their own process, being an independent charity.
Thank you. Susan Stockwell has submitted a public statement on 20-mile-an-hour limits. Would you like to come forward and make your statement?
I applaud this administration's foresight in providing residents and businesses with 20-mile-an-hour limits. Whatever the motivation, be it safer roads for everyone, healthier conditions for travelling actively, or something else, I am grateful. I also applaud our opposition on BCP Council for contributing to alternatives to private vehicles, introducing beryl bikes and scooters, manifesto commitments to public transport, and a general offering of towns which are kinder to the environment. Each has had a part to play. Frustration over traffic jams is a great leveller. We may disagree, often passionately, over how to tackle this, but better to care and disagree than nobody caring. Recently, health evidence from ULEZ and clean air zones and accident figures for 20 miles an hour have become available. I urge you, as decision makers, to use this wisely.
Thank you, Susan. Mark Elkins has submitted a public statement on the Eastcliff and Springbourne Neighbourhood Forum. Would you like to come forward, Mr. Elkin, and make your statement?
Hi, Mark Elkins, lead on the Eastcliff and Springbourne Neighbourhood Forum application. The Eastcliff and Springbourne Neighbourhood Forum application, in stark contrast to the Eastcliff Neighbourhood Forum application, is the only one that does not seek to split up Eastcliff by including all the buildings and green space within Eastcliff. It also includes all the beaches and cliffs, whereas the Eastcliff one fails to include these at all. In addition, the Eastcliff and Springbourne Neighbourhood Forum includes the whole of Springbourne, thus aiming to have a considerably greater impact on preserving heritage, designing out crime, local employment opportunities, levelling up, enhancing tourism, business opportunities, retail trade and avoidance of housing development cramming. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Elkins. Paul Spector has submitted a public statement on twinning. Would you like to come forward and make your statement?
Thank you. This is a statement to express my support for the twinning arrangement between Bournemouth and Netanya, and my concern at the negative and divisive campaign to de-twin. Twinning with Netanya helps connect people from one seaside town with a strong tourist background to another. It was initiated in 1995, and since then, through visits and exchanges, friendships have been forged, honest opinions exchanged, and best practice shared. The ordinary citizens of Bournemouth and of Netanya share common aspirations for peace and prosperity, for a quiet life. That is why we should support and encourage the twinning of the two towns. The concept of love thy neighbour is central to all three major monotheistic religions, and it's time we started to work together as a community and for the good of all our neighbours. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Spector. Alex McKinstry has submitted a public statement on future places. Would you like to come forward and make your statement, please?
Good evening, full council. Last week's Audit and Governance Committee debate regarding future places was deeply dissatisfying. I see nothing in the Constitution that requires a business case or budget to be submitted before appointing external investigators. The Standards Committee never does this. I was disappointed too at the failure to define the scope for an investigation, despite 4 public statements setting out key issues at the start of the meeting. As the investigation and its parameters have now been delegated to the monitoring officer and head of internal audit, I've emailed both officers details of principal concerns surrounding future places. Its accommodation, the streamlined recruitment process, who authorised the bonuses and on what grounds, and how the final settlement, £2,691,704, was determined. Lastly, I deplore the remarks about needing to move on uttered by one councillor mid-meeting. This belittles public concerns and ignores the fact that audit is a retrospective exercise. Alexander McKinstry.
Thank you, Mr McKinstry. Philip Gattrell has submitted a public statement on complaints, which I understand is going to be read out by the Chief Executive.
Thank you, Chairman. This statement is in the form of tables, so please bear with me. So this is a public statement from Philip Gattrell, Local Government Ombudsman, complaints processed, 2019 to 2043, 20 to 21, 40, 21 to 22, 73, 22 to 23, 77, 23 to 24, 90, 24, 25 to the 28th of January 25, 85, total 408. Complaints upheld after 137 cases fully investigated, 2019 to 25, 42%, 2021, 9, 69%, 21 to 22, 22, 65%, 22, 23, 26, 68%, 23, 24, 32, 81%, 24, 25 to the 28th of January 25, 17, 74%, total upheld 111. Information Commissioner, information time limit compliance response rates compared with Commissioner's target of 90%, 2022 to 23, 88%, 23 to 24, 82%. Further information release rates following internal reviews and complaints to Commissioner, 2022 to 23, 48%, 23 to 24, 54%. Information requested tribunal appeals to date, 1, concluded at hearing 22nd January 2025, published judgment imminent. Local Audit and Accountability Act 2014, Local Government Electors Section 27 objection accepted concerning 2324 Section 28 unlawful item of account, senior officers compensation for loss of office 37,500, detailed by public issue at Audit and Governance meeting 27th January 2025, External Auditors 2014 Act remediation to follow. That's a public statement from Philip Gattrell.
Thank you, Chief Executive, and thank you, residents, for all your questions and statements. Agenda item 6, petition, Protect Christchurch Harbour. We have received a petition on the matter of protecting Christchurch Harbour. I would like to set out the following, which will be the process for dealing with the petition. I will call on Vanessa Ricketts, petition organiser and secretary to the Christchurch Harbour Marine Society, to present the petition, not exceeding 3 minutes. I will then open the debate on the petition, which may include questions of the petition organiser. No proposals will be permitted until the close of the debate on the petition. I now invite Vanessa Ricketts, Secretary to the Christchurch Harbour and Marine Society, to present the petition.
Thank you, Chair. I present this petition in my capacity as Secretary of Christchurch Harbour and Marine Society.
Excuse me 1 moment. Can I just ask the person with the light on in the public gallery? Thank you.
Thank you. CHAMS, a voluntary and unincorporated association. Over 4,400 signatures were collected in a mere 4 weeks over the Christmas and New Year period to protect Christchurch Harbour from pollution. That is the strength of feeling, not just in Christchurch, but across BCP, regarding the state of our rivers and the damage pollution is causing to our beautiful natural harbour and protected environment. The importance of Christchurch Harbour is not currently recognised by the Council in the local plan, and we believe that without a policy to protect it, the harbour will be an ecological desert within the next 5 to 10 years. The harbour is fed by the estuary of the River Stour and the River Avon and provides a functional link to the River Avon Special Area of Conservation. It is therefore essential that it is protected through the planning system. We are aware that council resources may be limited, so CHAMS, together with the Merrick 1970 settlement, which has admiralty rights over the harbour, have today sent a draft harbour protection policy to members of the council for consideration in the preparation of the emerging local plan. As you are aware, Christchurch Harbour is a very important area which is a designated SSSI. The River Avon is a chalk river and has its designations for the sensitive habitats it provides and the protected species which use it. At present, as the Council is aware, the river is seeing unacceptable levels of phosphorus and other pollutants enter it. These pollutants are having a significant detrimental effect on the ecology and biodiversity of the river system through increased growth rates and abundance of algae and the significant reduction of the salt marsh. Given its physical and functional link with Christchurch Harbour, there is an imperative need to mitigate pollutants from the River Stour also. The harbour provides a range of habitats for protected species, including sea lamprey and Atlantic salmon, to live and travel through. It has been confirmed by Natural England that Christchurch Harbour is used by sea lamprey, both as adults and juveniles returning to the sea, and is therefore a functionally linked habitat. It is therefore considered it should be afforded significant protection in the local plan. The current pressure of nutrient pollution has an adverse effect on the harbour's integrity and needs to be addressed as a matter of urgency before it's too late and the habitats of the harbour, together with its protected species, are lost forever. The draft policy sent to you today seeks to conserve, enhance and improve Christchurch Harbour and the surrounding amenity area for recreation, conservation and natural beauty. We urge you to take action now to mitigate the impact of pollution and implement a policy before it's too late. Thank you.
Do any councillors have any questions they wish to put to Vanessa Ricketts? I'll take that's a no then. Okay. Thank you. I will now open the debate on the petition. Should a proposal be received on the petition, the proposal should be moved and seconded and a vote taken in the usual way. Councillor Hadley.
Thank you, Chair. I welcome the significant interest and concern shown regarding the state of the water quality in Christchurch Harbour and the rivers that feed into it. I have been working with officers to try and understand what might be the appropriate protections, not just about planning for new build, but also for existing protections. And one of those is the potential to become a national nature reserve for the Christchurch Harbour, Hainsbury Head, Sandpit Marsh and related areas. And we have also been talking with Natural England about that possibility. That would have restrictions on recreational use of the harbour. And I think that it's important that people understand that there's a balance to be struck between the natural requirements and the leisure requirements of using the harbour, but also many things that we need to try and do with partners. We are not in control of all the aspects of how pollution gets into the harbour, and we need to clearly do that. We work with the river catchment partnerships on the Stour and to a lesser extent to the Avon, because most of it is outside of the BCP area, but we do have representation with the water companies and other partners on those. There are many agencies, landowners and individuals upstream who are contributing to our challenges. The Stour Valley strategy would support a Christchurch Harbour strategy focused on protection or otherwise. As BCP Council owns a lot of the land around the harbour and it is managed as a public green space, it's important that we are involved in the discussions on tackling the issues. I understand that salt marsh dieback in the Christchurch Harbour is in particular due to the rising sea levels associated with climate change. The interurban section is becoming squeezed out because of the fixed harbour walls along many of the frontages. The excess nutrients do mean that the plants send out short roots, which are then more subject to eroding out. I am concerned about the premise raised in the petition that the designation protects Poole Harbour. There are similar challenges with too many nutrients and competition between leisure fisheries and nature conservation interests there too. There is current work planned with the Environment Agency on attempting to restore salt marsh habitat in Hulls Bay and Poole Harbour, and that will be undertaken this October. And the lessons should be transferable. And lastly, the issues around sewage outfall are made significantly worse where rainwater and groundwater enters the foul sewage system across the whole river catchment area, but especially in our own urban space. The current investments at the Holdenhurst treatment works enables them to hold back significantly more water, but it is down to everybody to consider and understand that where our rainwater goes is important, and to make space, the spaces that we control, more permeable, plant more trees, and to collect and use the rainwater. I think this issue would be worth a considered airing at Place and Ovio Scrutiny Committee.
Councillor Tarling.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I have an interest very much in this because I live very close to the harbour. I'm a member of Christchurch Ornithological Group, and I was a friend of Stampit Marsh as well, so I do know the area very well. Also, in my early days, I studied wastewater engineering at university. So, you know, I'm aware of the issues, and the issue we have, especially with the River Avon at the moment, is that very little of it is under our control. I think it's probably about half a mile that actually comes through BCP's control. And for those that don't know, Avon's catchment comes all the way down from halfway across Salisbury Plain, and it's huge. Within that, there's a number of sewage treatment works. I very much welcome this petition. And I've heard a lot of representation from members of CH and MS, but also from other residents that perhaps aren't involved in it. So I would like to make a proposal, please, Mr. Chair, that this petition is referred to the next available Environment and Place Overview and Scrutiny Committee meeting to consider the proposals made by CH and MS for potential inclusion, into the BCP local plan, and to report back to Cabinet and this full council in due course. Thank you very much. I believe Councillor Andy Martin was second.
Councillor Martin.
Thank you. Actually, I reserve my right to speak.
So we have a proposal on the table. Is there any debate? Councillor Phipps.
Thank you, Chairman. I also know this area quite well. Obviously a Christchurch resident and Christchurch councillor. My younger days used to use the harbour quite a lot for water sports and all sorts of things. I very much understand the situation about phosphates and nitrogen that are present in raw sewage, and also, as has been said, in agriculture and farming fertilisers which are used on fields upstream. Also, phosphorus discharges through natural surface water runoff from urban areas. So it's coming into the harbour from quite a few places. Of course, they all of them flow downstream through the Stour and the Avon into Christchurch Harbour, and those of you that will know it will know that it's quite a concentrated area because it all has to run out through quite a narrow gap called the Run to get out to the sea. Apparently, I'm told what is happening in the harbour is called ecocide. But the documented sewage discharges into both of the rivers is huge. And those sewage discharges massively contribute to the harbour phosphate levels being off the scale when they're measured. It's an extremely high risk to the ecosystem. And the outcome is quite alarming, I think, that the salt marsh, as it is just being eroded by the spread of the algae, and it's now a huge danger to birds and protected fish. So it is an environmental disaster which is happening now, and I think we really need to do our very, very best to see what we can do to alleviate this. So I am very, very happy to hear the proposal that has been put forward tonight, and I fully support it. Thank you.
If there's no more debate, I'll go to Councillor Martin to...
Thank you, Chairman.
Excuse me, Councillor Beasley indicated.
Thank you very much indeed, Chairman. I'm rising to support the proposal and to support it very, very strongly. We live in a wonderful natural environment. I think quite often we don't realise how fortunate we are. Running through the Jurassic Coast, Poole Harbour, Sandbanks, Bournemouth Seafront, Hengistbury Head, and indeed Christchurch Harbour. If you stop and think for a moment about that environment, there are many, many places within this country and throughout Europe that must be very envious of what we have and what we've been naturally gifted. It's our responsibility, Chair, on our watch to protect that and use every mechanism in our hands to do so. If we don't, we're failing not only the environment, but we're failing every future generation. And it seems to me that the issue of sewage discharges and the formation of a Christchurch Harbour protection policy to give urgent protection to the salt marsh is an absolute imperative. I strongly support its referral to the Environment and Place Overview and Scrutiny panel and hopefully its inclusion into the local plan. All I would ask, Chairman, is that plenty of evidence is collated and prepared for that meeting. It would be a dismal failure if there were areas which we didn't have the knowledge about that we need. And I'm sure that Vanessa Ricketts, in terms of bringing that petition to us tonight, has much of that information. I hope we can use it. I hope we can pull together as a council and do something really constructive for the future. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Martin, how would your right to speak?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to do two things, really. One, just to remind colleagues here just what a good environmental track record this council has over the lifetime of its existence. I'll just name two or three things that this council has done. So biodiversity net gain, the Financing Nature Initiative, the Urban Forest Strategy, the Local Nature Recovery Strategy, the really strong environmental policies that are in the local plan, and it looks like we'll get an opportunity to revisit some of those things as well, which might be quite timely as far as this is concerned, and particularly in my own ward, where this council has resisted over the last 6 years of its existence attempts to develop woodland which would destroy the unique character of that ward. So I think it's fair to say that this council will be proud of its environmental policies and its environmental advocacy. And I think Christchurch Harbour is perhaps an area that we haven't focused on enough. And I understand and I hear what Councillor Hadley says about work that he's been doing with officers. But I'd like to thank Vanessa Ricketts, my Christchurch Independent colleague. I'd like to thank Chams and everybody involved for putting this firmly on the agenda when it was not on the agenda in the way that it should have been in the past. So I thank them for that. Members who will have come through the car park may have seen the protest. I think it doesn't really merit the word protest. They're not protesters. They're people who are passionate about the future of the environment and of Christchurch Harbour, and I'm sure of the whole environment across BCP. So I thank them for coming along, and I hope members will agree that they're probably the most politest protesters that you've ever come across, because they were shouting or chanting about what they want, but then they were saying please afterwards. So there we go. That's Christchurch for you. So I urge colleagues to please support the proposal from Councillor Tarling. Thank you very much.
I don't think I'll forget the phrase fish not floaters again, but there we go. Councillor Tarling.
Thank you. Thank you so much for, again, to Vanessa and to everybody that's come out from Christchurch, and to see so many people that I know that are fully engaged in Christchurch society stood out there. A lot of faces I recognised, and it's really heartening to see a town pull together. But it isn't just, as Councillor Beasley said, it's not just for Christchurch, it's for the whole of BCP. And I want to give a big shout out actually to one we've overlooked, which is Steamer Point Nature Reserve, and it's a great time to go bat watching if you're interested. I think there's about six of species of bats that use Steamer Point as a regular haunt, so highly recommend that as another nature reserve that we have linking up the coast. So it's really nice to feel this amount of support for something that's so crucial. I hear what Councillor Hadley said about the balance with leisure. I kayak, I sail as well around the harbour. I go around the outside of the buoys, not through them like some people do, you see. So it's very important. It needs to be managed, all these things do. So thank you very much. And thanks again to Vanessa and to CAMS and to all the supporters that have been here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So we come to the vote. Can I do this by consensus? Agreed, no dissension? Thank you, members. So, recommendations from Cabinet and other committees. Council is asked to consider the recommendations at items 7 to 12, which will be taken separately as set out on the agenda. I would like to highlight there are decisions on some of these issues which have been taken under delegated powers by the relevant bodies and are therefore not before the Council. Item 7. Audit and Governance Committee, 27th February 2025, minute number 78, Financial Regulations, Annual Evolution for the Financial Year 25-26. Councillor Marcus Andrews, I understand that you will move the recommendation, and then Councillor Eleanor Connolly will second the move.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Yes, I am proposing a recommendation to accept some changes to the financial regulations. Please note that under Financial Regulations Part 5 of the Constitution, as well as being a standalone document, this has already been the subject of successful annual evolution since the inception of BCP Council. But the financial regs are accessible separately on our website. Annual reviews have kept the regulations relevant, up to date and responsive to changes in the law. This latest annual evolution has many light touches of changes which are shown in red text in most sections, all starting on page 38 of the published agenda. The exception, though, is Part G, Procurement and Contract Procedures, where more material changes are required to respond to changes in the law associated with the Procurement Act, which came into force for all councils on the 24th of Feb this year. Accordingly, the changes are mainly mandatory, with very limited opportunity for local choice or discretion. We can't amend what the legislation requires. The red changes to the financial regs are shown on our website. With the sanction of full council, they will be finally adopted. The Audit and Governance Committee considered that the financial regulations in detail at their meeting on the 27th of Feb and approved them unanimously, with a referral to full council for the formal adoption, ready for the new financial year in line with our constitutional requirements. So I would so propose as set out, and the Vice Chair will second. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Connolly.
Thank you. Yes, happy to second, and I would reserve my right to speak, but I didn't actually have anything to add to that. That was fairly clear.
Members, is there any debate? No? Would you like to sum up, Councillor Andrews?
Well, I think we just should do it by consensus, but, thank you.
Members, are we happy to pass that by consensus? No dissension. Lovely. Thank you. Item 8. Cabinet, 5th of March 2025, minute number 125, Community Governance and Review, draft recommendations. Councillor Millie Earl, I understand that you will move the recommendation, and then Councillor Oliver Walters will second the move. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chairman. I'm pleased to be presenting this paper today, and I want to take Council back to a time in 2019 when local government reorganisation was forced on our three towns by the Conservatives in charge at the time. And as someone who campaigned against the principle of what was considered a new mega council, it challenged my identity as a Poole resident, and I felt that it would disenfranchise my town. And I won my seat on a promise that I would fight to put decision-making into the hands of local residents, especially on the issues that affect their town, their neighbourhoods and their communities. At that pivotal moment in 2019, Christchurch saw the opportunity to perish, but the residents of Poole and Bournemouth weren't even asked. We are now the only places in Dorset without a level of democracy and have never before had the opportunity to give our views on this issue. This community governance review... Shall I stop?
Indication, I believe. Carry on, please, Councillor. Is that a point of order you're raising? Or?
Sorry, Chair, I saw that one member's
I think it's just an indication to talk at the debate. Thank you, Councillor.
So we are now the only place in Dorset without that level of democracy, and we haven't had the opportunity to give our views on the issue. And this community governance review is an opportunity to right that wrong and to find out what residents actually want. I'd like to thank the members of the Cross-Party Community Governance Review Task and Finish Group for their difficult but diligent work in putting forward their draft recommendations in line with the legislation, and for the community groups, residents' associations and individuals who engaged with the first stage of this legal process by submitting their suggestions. This paper takes us to the next stage, stage 3, which will start a proactive consultation to notify all households of their right to participate and invite residents to meaningfully contribute, to share how they feel about the proposed boundaries, to consider where their identity sits and consider the number of councillors, the current governance structure, what's proposed, whether it works for them or needs amending. And I would encourage all councillors to get involved in those conversations in their own communities as part of the consultation process. But let's be clear, this paper is not about whether we want or don't want town or parish councils for our communities. This paper is not about assumptions, and it's not about our personal views on governance. It's not about us as a council. It's about, like I promised my residents when I stood for council, asking residents what they want. And I'd urge councillors to support the recommendation unamended. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Walters.
Happy to second, and I reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. Councillor Kate Salmon.
Thank you, Chair. I'm proposing an amendment, if I may, to remove Appendix K from this report and to replace it with just a do-nothing option. I did circulate the text of that to all councillors last night at 9:15 p.m. Sorry for the late email, everyone. So hopefully everyone has seen it. Appendix K recommends the formation of a Bournemouth Town Council, an idea that did not emerge from the initial submission survey. Unlike all the other recommendations in this report, which are based on community input, Appendix K is an entirely invented proposal with no community support beyond a majority vote from the Task and Finish group. That alone is reason enough to exclude it at this stage, I believe. I raised this amendment at the Overview and Scrutiny Board on March the 4th, and it was supported. However, Cabinet subsequently declined to adopt the Board's recommendation. I understand that today's decision is about approving a set of recommendations for consultation and not about making final decisions. But even at this stage, including this unsubstantiated recommendation in the next phase of consultation would, I think, give it undue weight and would frame the consultation in a way that would be misleading to residents. The proposal at Appendix K does not reflect a coherent community. It simply groups together disparate areas of Bournemouth that did not propose parishing. Silence from the residents in these areas should not be taken as consent to the formation of a fragmented and arbitrary town council. To move forward with this recommendation would be a disservice to those residents. I fully support the other recommendations in the report, as they are based on genuine community submissions. While some of them may not be perfect, the next stage of the consultation process will refine them further, and that is its purpose. However, I cannot support the motion as it stands unless Appendix K is removed. I therefore hope you will support this amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Canavan. Sorry, George, is that a...
Communications from Councillor Kate Stanley over the course of yesterday, and unfortunately I'm unclear as regards what the final amendment should come via democratic services for all members so that we know what we're actually debating, and this is the case. I appreciate that we say 9:15, but my system...
Do we have a seconder for the amendment? Thank you, Councillor
Yes, I
Salmon.
would like to second it. Do I need to say I reserve my right to speak as well? Yeah. Sorry, I reserve my right to speak as well, as ever. You weren't all just waiting in silence for me to say that. I'm very sorry.
Okay, members, are we happy, ready to debate that?
Has it gone out?
It's gone out, yes, it's gone out. Okay, Councillor Canavan.
Sorry, Chair, I've apologised in advance. This piece of equipment isn't working, so I'm only hearing about 50% of what people are saying. So apologies for that. Can I just start by saying that if we go back right to the beginning of this, we attempted to make clear, or my group attempted to make clear, that we didn't want to see any division of Bournemouth at all. We didn't want to see the creation of several different parishes, because our view as councillors in Bournemouth was that it was not what the residents of Bournemouth wanted. And the last time I checked, Chair, we live in a representative democracy, not one run by consultation or any form of consulting members over every decision that we take. So in terms of this motion, this amendment, Chair, what I am moving, for the sake of those who don't have it in front of them, is that the Community Governance Review Task and Finish Group draft recommendations, as set out in the schedules within the attached report, be approved for publication and consultation with interested parties, subject to the amalgamation of appendices G, H, I and K, thus forming a single town council for Bournemouth, and that the head of democratic services be delegated to make any consequential adjustments to the ward boundaries and electoral distribution. I have said before that there is no appetite, and that remains my view. There has been a lot of talk about democracy. I don't think it's particularly democratic for councillors in Poole.
Councillor Canavan, we have an amendment on the table at the moment to be...
Sorry, Chair, I can't hear you.
We have an amendment being tabled already to be debated before
So you're saying I have to wait to move this amendment?
Yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Tarling, I believe you wish to speak.
Yeah, thank you very much. The whole reason I'm a councillor is because of this discussion and a previous councillor.
Councillor, can I just confirm you are talking to the amendment?
I am very much talking to the amendments. And being a Christchurch councillor and a town councillor as well as a BCP councillor, you know, I have a bit of experience on this. And when in the Shadow Authority time there was the discussion of parishing, I remember the Conservative Party or members of the then administration shooting it down and saying, as one member in particular, who's no longer a councillor, said, as a low-tax Tory, I oppose this. I just say, for those that are worried about the precept that councils can charge, you can set it very low. It needn't be a large tax, but it does give representation. My concerns about the amendment here are that if the rest of Bournemouth and Poole are parished, that you'll end up with a town centre that effectively has no representation and effectively won't benefit from the local events planning, from open spaces, from raising its own precept. So it will be left out on its own, very much like at the moment in Christchurch, and I don't want to speak for other Highcliffe and Warkford councillors here, or even Herne councillors here. We actually do relish the local decision-making process, and I wouldn't want anything less than that for the residents of BCP. And in fact, at an event organised long before the whole LGR, a former mayor of Bournemouth came up to me after a meeting run by the Residents Association in Christchurch Priory, and he said to me, well, I thought, I really saw that Bournemouth is made up of various towns and villages. I mean, we still call it Talbot Village. I know Southbourne pretty well. I'm not going to speak for Southbourne either, but it has its own feel, as does Kinston, Winton, and other suburbs around Bournemouth. And to have those parished and not have the town centre parished, maybe that we didn't get an engagement because there is not a community in Bournemouth town centre. I don't know. I can't honestly say that I've actually been there to find it. And maybe that is a symptom of being a city centre, that you don't have the community feel. But maybe with the town council in Bournemouth town centre, you've then got the opportunity to actually reach out and develop a community in and around Bournemouth town centre. So I don't support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Herritt.
I just wanted to ask, Councillor Canavan put in an amendment in advance. I want to just seek clarification. If this amendment is passed, will Councillor Canavan's amendment automatically fall, meaning that he needs to speak on this one, or will he be able to move it afterwards? Can you just check it and make sure it's not a direct negative if this one is passed? Thank you.
Vice Chair, if I may answer, no. Councillor Canavan's proposed amendment does not automatically fall. So the Council is required to debate the amendment proposed by Councillor Salmon and seconded by Councillor Salmon. The Vice Chair will then seek the views of Council of whether to accept, reject that. If it's accepted, we will then be debating the substantive motion as amended. Councillor Canavan is then free to put his amendment forward based on the substantive motion as amended. So no, we take them in order, and it is still a valid amendment if he wishes to put that forward.
We would be able to put K back in,
Yes.
combined with everything else. Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Yes,
for the
until because we will need a final vote on the substantive motion, if it's amended or not. So there will be a succession of votes.
Councillor Herriot.
That no one wanted this is not reflective of the position from my ward. At a public meeting advertised throughout that ward with this specific item on the agenda, I talked with them about potential pros and cons and had a lengthy discussion about those. And they asked me to submit on their behalf that they would like to be part of a potential parish council, be that a North Bournemouth one or a wider Bournemouth Town Council, which were considered the most likely options to come from elsewhere. That option for a North Bournemouth Council was not used to stop making Kinston an island and give it a choice to be part of a wider Bournemouth Town Council. So my residents, having asked for an option, would have that removed with this amendment. To say no one wants this is just not true. My residents said they would like to be a part of something, but the thing was a bit too tricky to really put forward as a firm option, given the other choices that we thought could come forward. So they went with, we'd like something, which, according to this amendment, means they wanted nothing. Not only that, but if I were a Red Hill resident, I'd be looking at the remainder of the Bournemouth wards thinking, they're kind of hoping that Red Hill residents would end up with the potential cost of a paddling pool. Last time out, councillors from Moordown, Kinston and Muscliffe all spoke very passionately about saving it. And parish councils and wider town councils are likely going to be a very viable option to save it in the longer term. The noises we hear from central government is that local government isn't going to suddenly come into some significant funds soon. So if I were a Red Hill resident, I'd be pretty narked if that option for other areas to potentially contribute were removed, without having had the ability to really have a say on it. So actually, just asking the residents, all that really is being proposed at the moment is surely a better option than taking it off the table. I will not be supporting the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ricketts.
Thank you, Chair. The Localism Act 2011 was introduced by the then Conservative government with the purpose of putting greater democratic control back in the hands of community. It empowers town and parish councils, together with hundreds of other pieces of legislation, to deliver extraordinary benefits to local communities. Town and parish councils do not add to bureaucracy, rather they remove it. If they want a bench in one of their community parks, they can meet, decide and procure it the next day. We can't do that. We've got to wait for a ward grant. But it's not just about the nice-to-haves, it's far more than that. And in my 16 years as a town clerk, I've seen town and parish councils deliver youth centres, theatres, sports facilities, markets, community centres, cafes, post offices, and even run a pub. They can protect assets of community value and ensure the heritage and civic identity of an area is protected. They can also apply for grants and funding not available to unitary or district councils to finance those nice-to-haves, such as the paddling pools and the Christmas lights. They can also develop neighbourhood plans and ensure that residents have a greater say through the planning process as town and parish councils become statutory consultees. For those that argue that town and parish councils are more relevant to rural areas, well, try telling that to Swindon Town Council, Chippenham, Weymouth, Salisbury City, Queen's Park Community Council in Greater London, or indeed our very own Christchurch Town Council. But this isn't about whether we think this level of government is effective. We are discussing the process of the Community Governance Review here tonight and its legal requirement to consult with all our residents on the proposals put forward in the first consultation and considered by the Task and Finish Group. Removing Bournemouth from the equation and the possibility of a town council for the Greater Bournemouth area removes the democratic voice of tens of thousands of our residents who have the right to have a choice, and for that reason I cannot support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Chick.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd like to speak against the amendment. With all due respect to Councillor Salmon and Councillor Canavan, first of all, arbitrary areas. The representatives here of Southbourne don't consider Southbourne an arbitrary area, quite the reverse. It's got a very distinct identity. And in terms of Councillor Canavan's point about not consulting people, well, in Southbourne, the Southbourne Forum and the Hengistbury Head Residents Association have both had debates on the very issue of whether or not Southbourne should have its own town council. And at both events, a majority of people present voted in favour of a consultation, not necessarily in favour of having a parish council, but in favour of having a consultation. So local people have spoken, and local people want to know more about a potential town council for Southbourne, and they want to have a chance to be consulted about whether or not they should have it. They're interested in the prospect of issues specific to Southbourne being taken in Southbourne. They're interested in the idea of money raised in Southbourne being spent in Southbourne. So those people have spoken. They want to be heard. They want a full consultation. Therefore, I ask everybody here present tonight to vote against the amendment and to vote in favour of the original motion, which is in favour of giving these areas a consultation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Andy Martin.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just really very briefly, I just wanted to outline, and I may have said one or two of these things before. I wanted to outline what my ward colleague and I have been spending money on recently as part of the Highcliffe and Walford Parish Council. £10,000 to the Coda Arts and Music Trust, which does incredible work in our community, particularly in Highcliffe, which has got an elderly population. So they're going to be putting on loads of events and activities for people with Parkinson's disease and people who are isolated in the community. £15,000 to the Highcliffe Food and Arts Festival, which attracts about 25 to 30,000 people in every year. £12,000 on Christmas lights, £100,000 in partnership with BCP for a £200,000 project to improve our cliff paths, to improve accessibility for our residents and our visitors. £50,000 on high street improvements to improve the environment and safety. £70,000, and I mentioned this before, to upgrade our appalling public toilets in Highcliffe. And £125,000 for environmental projects in our nature reserve called Knee Meadows. Some of you may be familiar with it. If I, as a ward member, or David as a ward member, had come to BCP and said, can you fund a load of this stuff? I think we all know what the answer is. It would have been no, and it will continue to be no, because we all know the reasons for that. So I just wanted to give you those examples of things that parish councils can do and do. Incredible, really, really important work in their communities, important projects in their communities. And if we don't give people the opportunity to at least have their say as to whether they want that, then I think that's when we are doing them a disservice, Councillor Salmon, not by approving the proposal on the table. And can I finally say that the cost of that for a Band D property in Highcliffe is £32 a year. So that kind of puts it in a little bit of perspective. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Trent.
Thank you, Chair. I think I obviously support a local proposal to me as a lifelong Paulite, and I can understand why there isn't the same emotional urgency in Bournemouth to seek out their identity, but they should have the opportunity to actually say whether they feel that there is an issue. They're lucky, really, that the headquarters of BCP has their history and their identity built into it. We obviously haven't got that in some of the other areas, but if other areas became parishes and they started to actually provide extra things, they saved paddling pools, or they provided extra facilities for children, or a youth club, or something like that, then suddenly they're going to say, well, why weren't we given the opportunity to be asked? And I oppose the amendment, but I support the overall motion, because I think people need the opportunity. If they say, no, we're not the least bit interested in it, then, the arguments would have been had as to what the advantages of the parish and town councils are. But I think that the residents of Bournemouth should be given the opportunity to say that they either want it, they don't want it, or they want something slightly different, a modification of what else is on the table. And this is an opportunity for people to say so. I oppose the amendment and ultimately will support the original.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Connolly.
Thank you. Yes. So we in the Labour group, we are going to oppose this amendment for the reason that we disagree with the carving up of communities within Bournemouth altogether. We're going to propose an amendment, as Councillor Canavan started speaking to put out to consultation the whole of Bournemouth as one unit instead. And I hope that you'll think about that when we put that forward. Our view is that rather than dividing us into these artificial small groupings aren't quite right, we'd be better off joining together as part of a local authority, a town council, where everyone shares the same identity. I think that reflects the fact that these are supposed to be about community cohesion. People in my area, they're Boscombe, they're Folkestone, they're Southbourne, they're Tuxton, we can all agree that we have a Bournemouth identity. Now this, to our mind, this amendment is the worst of both worlds because the people in the rest of Bournemouth don't get an option, don't get asked, but it still retains this division within communities. And with respect to the Southbourne councillors, it really is an artificial boundary. It's just drawn along the lines of the ward boundary with a little bit extra. That does not reflect the residents in my area who consider themselves passionately to be part of Southbourne, people who consider themselves to be very much part of the Sobo community, the High Street, Fisherman's Walk. It really is an arbitrary boundary. And we'll talk about this when we come to our amendment. Maybe the boundaries could be proposed, but why ask people to have to choose between these communities when we can just try and find a community where everyone has a shared identity?
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Vicky Slade.
Thank you, Mr Vice Chair. I'm incredibly disappointed to hear that from Councillor Connolly, particularly as I recall holding an event in 2023, end of 2023, early 2024, to talk about what we wanted to do in terms of a community governance review or looking at the way we operate as a council. And I know that Councillor Canavan and many members were there and were passionate about having a Boscombe town council. And in fact, we had to rush this through because there was threats that if we didn't do it, they would unilaterally set up a Boscombe town council, and we wanted to get the community governance review working across the board. So where I'm really concerned about the amendment is that if you look at, I can see why you might think that these are arbitrary places put together, but it's no different from Poole. Poole, okay, you have Broadstone cut out because Broadstone have made it very clear from the beginning, and in fact before LGR, when Councillor Butt and several others described it as Vicar of Dibley to want a town or parish council, we made it really clear that we wanted a town council, and it's taken us 7 years to get there. And so the rest of Poole, nobody else in Poole has made a clear description that their area wants to go it alone. And that's why the rest of Poole is together. Boscombe and Southbourne areas and Redhill and Northbourne have made it clear that they want to have their own say. They want their voice heard. The rest of the places don't appear to have done. And we have to have something for those people. Otherwise, all they have is a charter trustee. And we all know how useless they've been. Because at the end of the day, they can't even sort out twinning. So at least give people the say to be able to control something. So as much as I see the reasoning you're saying these places haven't come together naturally, perhaps this consultation will bring Kinston forward with the people of Kinston saying, do you know what, we'd love to join in with Redhill and Bournemouth, we'd love to go further. Perhaps this is what they need. But denying them the right to do that, I think, is a big mistake. So I won't support the amendment, and I hope I have the opportunity to vote for the substantive before I have to catch a train.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Sarah Armstrong.
Thank you, Chair. I will be supporting Councillor Salmon's amendment, and I'd just like to explain why. Because I want to address the concerns of my residents who fall within the proposals for the Bournemouth Leftovers Town Council. There are currently 2 consultations regarding the creation of a neighbourhood area, a forum and a plan. that are going on within the EC voting districts. And it's really crucial that we don't say that just because those residents may have been silent in a community governance review does not mean that they are silent in determining their own futures, because they are actively engaged in 2 consultations that need to be respected. Over the past 2 years, significant efforts have been made to involve residents in neighbourhood planning as a mechanism to address the challenges faced in some of the most deprived parts of BCP. And it is essential to respect their right to self-determination, their right to honour the process that is already, that's brought us this far. And to ignore that, I think, would be trampling over their rights and their expression of local democracy. So that's why I'll be supporting Kate's amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Walters.
Yeah, so just to address that one, neighbourhood forums would be supported and looked after by their town councils. In fact, it would actually give more money to those neighbourhood forums to enforce any neighbourhood plans that come out of it. So I can only see a future town council in that area as a benefit to that neighbourhood forum. Let's just talk about what happens if we accept this amendment. We would have no consultation about a town council in the rest of Bournemouth, and what that would mean would be that if they ever wanted something like that in the future, we would need to get a petition together from 14,734 people, which is 3 times the size of, I think, the largest petition this council's ever seen. It's an incredible amount of work, where we could just go to the effort right now of saying, hey, would you want this? Everyone has to be consulted anyway. We might as well find out if they do. The other thing to mention is it's good governance to do this. We're expected to do this every 10 years. We're overdue to do it. Let's do it. Let's ask the question. So I suggest that we completely reject this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor David Martin.
Thank you. Just a few points I wanted to raise. I can only speak for the experience I have being a parish councillor and seeing the difference it can make within our community. My fellow ward councillors already covered off many examples of that. When I heard Councillor Connolly talk about a few things, heard carving up, dividing up, I see bringing together. When we see having our community share the same identity, I see it as celebrating the pockets of different identities, and as someone that goes, probably like a number of members in the room, in the chamber, goes across the wards, and our different areas do feel uniquely unique. I had the pleasure of attending the Vita Nova event on Friday in Boscombe. I didn't know much about that event, and for those that don't know it, I'd urge you to find out a bit more about it. But fundamentally, a fantastic charity that is screaming out in Boscombe for further funding. Guess what? What a town council can help provide is that fantastic organisation opportunity to secure some serious funding moving forward. And I agree with Councillor Slade, give the consultation the opportunity to engage. We make it difficult enough for our residents across the conurbation to be fully involved in what we do. Sometimes these things, consultations, give the right opportunity to hear our residents talk about what they want. So I don't support the amendment, and I support the original motion that's been brought again tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Chair. I've gone backwards and forwards on this one, and I'm very much a sceptic on the whole thing. But I think the main point here is I'm not convinced at all that the Council will listen to the results of any consultation regardless, as has already been the case. Well, we did a consultation which was very, very well publicised by Councillor Hannah, who I'm not sure is in the room. We had a bunch of results in Bournemouth saying that they didn't want any change, and yet we're forcing a town council on them that they didn't ask for and didn't want. So we asked them what they wanted, and now we're going out to consult them again on the opposite. So, I mean, it was a consultation. It was on the consultation website. And, I mean, going further, obviously, that people were crying out for their own council in Red Hill so much that the one bloke that responded to it might well get it. But on the Greens amendment, on balance, I think I'm inclined to support it, even though earlier I was I was sceptical because it strips out the bit that no one asked for. So it seems like a move in the right direction. So I'd encourage my colleagues to do the same.
Is there any more debate, members?
Is this when I can do my right to speak? Oh yeah, summing up on the amendment.
If there's no other debate, then you certainly can, Councillor Salmon. Okay, thank you.
So I thought it was a bit odd when I heard Millie start talking, because when she went, the Conservatives forced local government reorganisation on us, I thought she was about to end by saying, and now it's our turn to do the same to you. I mean, let's be totally honest here about what's just happened in this debate. It's like a rerun of last week's audit and governance, where some councillors feel if they don't have a quality argument, quantity will do instead. And if they keep on repeating the same unconvincing points, maybe they'll convince at least themselves that this is a good idea. At the end of the day, Rich made a good stab of it, and even he said the most passionate people for this idea, lukewarmly supported it to such a degree that they couldn't even be bothered to properly engage. That proposal for this idea hasn't come from anybody. Nobody has asked for the leftovers of Bournemouth Town Council. Nobody at all. And I think a lot of people would do well to pay attention, not just to their residents on this, but on the debate. Poor Brian hasn't even understood the amendment. He thinks what we're discussing is scrapping the Southbourne Town Council. That's not what this amendment does. It only scraps the bit that nobody has asked for. Now, this council has a serious problem with credibility, and we're about to go to consultation on our LGR reorganisation, or whatever you want to call it, and as well as putting in all of the proposals that have come from people, we're going to lump in there an idea that has come from not the public, but from council officers and the administration. Now that undermines the sanctity of this process and its legitimacy. And I don't want to see this administration engage in that silly act of self-sabotage. This is really straightforward. Put to consultation the ideas for the LGR that have come from the public, not things that have been drawn up out of convenience, as if somebody's just drawn lines randomly on a map. It's like watching the British Empire carve up Brits of Africa. I don't like it. Our residents don't like it. Why on earth we've had to bring this amendment to get rid of it when the ONS already said get rid of it? This is a blindingly sensible amendment, and I wish the rest of you could see that.
Councillor Kate Salmon, do you want to sum up the...
Crikey. So I think there's been a bit of misunderstanding about what I'm saying, and I do apologise if that's because I didn't put my points across clearly or fully enough. So I do support the process of the Community Governance Review, and I support the principle of parishing for communities that want it. I represent Moordown, which is one of the parts of Bournemouth that's proposed to be included within the Bournemouth leftovers, and that's an area that's much wider than the town centre. It's not a cohesive thing. It's Moordown, it's Kinston, it's Westcliff, it's just bits that are all sort of, they don't make sense. And Vicky, I hear you saying about that being sort of the same in Poole, but I think there was a positive proposal for a Poole Town Council incorporating the rest. And that's the big difference for me here, is that, as Joe just said, nobody from the community said they wanted the rest of Bournemouth to sort of get lumped in together like this. And I don't believe that, so I hear, Rich, it's good to hear that some people in your community have indicated that they're up for it, great, but we've had conversations in our community too, and so far we're not hearing anybody who does want something like that. And again, I'm not asking for us to make a decision on whether we do or don't have it, just that we shouldn't be putting forward a recommendation that there's no basis for. The consultation, the next stage of the consultation, can then bring out, if there is that appetite for other areas, that could bring that out. Ollie, I'm surprised because I think I remember, and I'm sorry if my memory's wrong, but I thought you said at the ONS board when I asked this question, if
I just have a point of order.
Can you wait?
Councillor What's your point of order?
Well, it's just to ask the Democratic officer whether you could clarify one of the points that Councillor Salmon is making at the moment, which was regards to that with this consultation, a recommendation could be put forward that a town council could occur. But my understanding is that that couldn't happen with the consultation.
Sorry, Councillor, I'm hearing that's not a point of order, so we'll go on with Councillor Salmon. Thank you.
Okay. So, sorry, I was just going to say, I believe that it was raised at the ONS board that could proposals come out at the next stage of consultation around, that could be quite different from the recommendations put forward. There could be new proposals, and I believe we were told that yes, they could. That these recommendations aren't, it's this or nothing. That wouldn't be a consultation. If there are communities that come forward and go, well, actually now at this stage we would like to put forward a proposal for a community council in one of these areas that currently falls within Bournemouth Town Council proposal, that could still happen. It's also worth saying that it's not a never situation, and I hear that it could take quite a long time for a community to perish if they don't do it now. But if it's not the right time for a community, if that decision has not been taken, then it's better to leave it until that community is ready to do it, if that does take a few years' time. And there were so many things said that I'm sure I've missed a lot, but I've probably spoken for long enough. So thanks.
Councillor Miniel.
Thank you. I have just had clarity from Richard Jones from Democratic Services that it would not be possible to introduce a new parish following consultation if it is not in the consultation. So it would have to go through collecting the petition signatures and then going with the community governance review for that to happen. And I think that actually that is something that could happen in the future. If other areas of Poole or areas of Bournemouth are inspired by what they're seeing other town councils in their area delivering, then they may also want to take that route. But at this stage, I really do think that we are jumping ahead from what this paper actually says. This is not us making a decision on town or parish councils, and by voting for that amendment, we are making that decision for them without consultation and without the opportunity for them to express their views. And what worries me is that if councillors are afraid to even ask the question of our communities, it makes me worry about what we are as a council, what their role is as a representative, especially if it's just because they might not like the answer that they get back. We've heard that councillors support the process, support the community governance review and so on, but for me it comes down to not preempting, not making assumptions and actually taking this out to the residents. And that's why I am going to ask council to reject the amendment. This is our chance to actually put it to the residents, and like we've heard, there are split opinions across different wards, across different residents, across different communities, but we'll only know that if we actually ask them the question of what they want, rather than taking away that opportunity and that right before they've even had a chance to say what they think.
Thank you, Councillor. So to the vote, members. Can I ask Councillor?
So I'm rising as personal explanation with regards to point is 14.18 of the Constitution. Councillor Walters, I just wanted to, I think I misunderstood what you were saying about neighbourhood forums, because the context that I'm speaking on within Eastcliff and Springbourne, we don't have a forum designated as yet. We're in the process of trying to create one with the 2 consultations that we've got going at the moment. So my understanding is that if that area was become part of a parish, that all that work would be completely negated in favour of the parish council. So please clarify, thanks.
So my understanding is that the...
Second, Councillor.
Sorry.
Councillor Armstrong, I'm afraid that point of order is not relevant to the point you're making. It's whether something you said has been misunderstood rather than you misunderstanding what another councillor has said. So we go to the vote. Can I ask all those in favour to indicate by raising your in favour of the amendment to raise your hands if you support? Thank you. And those against? And any abstentions? So that amendment has been lost. Thank you, members. And we go back to the substantive. And Councillor Canavan, can I invite you to speak?
There's a microphone on at the back. It's switched off.
Can you turn your microphone off at the back there?
Thank you, Chair. Can I bring my amendment now? I'm not being facetious. I can't hear you. So I'm not going to read this amendment again. I've already read it once, but just for clarification, thanks, Chris. So this is about the amalgamation of G, H, I, and K, and that is what we're suggesting should go out for consultation. I don't remember the meeting that Councillor Slade has referred to, but I just wonder if it's the same meeting where the then leader of the council said, actually, you don't need consultation, it's elections that count. This is a representative democracy, and I'm not going to take any lectures from anybody about who represents Boscombe, because I was elected to do that. I voted against K because it just doesn't help. As I said previously, we started this debate on the basis that we did not want any artificial separation within Bournemouth. And that was our feeling. That's continued to be our representations. One of the things that I did consider in putting this forward was whether or not we could actually give residents a choice, to give them actual options, and I was told that that wasn't possible. So we've already restricted the basis of the consultation anyway by giving them closed options. This particular amendment, what it does do, in my view, is it meets everything that the administration has just been saying, because it gives Bournemouth the same status as Poole, or what is proposed to be in Poole, gives it the same status as in Christchurch. And I do take exception to councillors who have that facility not offering the same one to Bournemouth. It still allows consultation. It still allows everybody to say what it is they want to say. Residents can still offer their views. And it also, I believe, provides a situation which also meets what this administration has been saying, where everything is included in being parished. So we either do that, which is what this amendment seeks to do, or we vote the whole lot down and say we're not going to do anything in Bournemouth. Because so far as my group is concerned, we are not going to support any artificial division of Bournemouth. Boundaries are divisive, and yes, this does include Southbourne, because Southbourne are absolutely, residents are absolutely entitled to their view. What they're not entitled to do, in my view, is to declare UDI against Boscombe and create completely artificial and false boundaries between Southbourne and Boscombe. So I move this amendment. Thank you.
Do you have a seconder for that amendment, please, Councillor?
Yes, I would like to second this because, as I say, I'm desperately concerned about this boundary between Southbourne and Boscombe and Folkestone, and I really plead with you to listen to me on this. My position is simple. The boundary of a council should reflect the community it represents, and if the boundary isn't right, then the proposal isn't right. And what is most important is the community cohesion and that there is a shared identity. And I represent a ward of residents who will see themselves and have long seen themselves as part of the Southbourne community. And they are going to be told pretty much out of the blue, from now on you're going to be part of a Boscombe council. I just don't think it's right to draw up lines between people's homes and tell them you're in one council, you're in another, you're in one community, because a handful of people down the road have decided so. So this is my concern. It's a densely populated residential area. One street blends into the next. It makes the transition between the communities really blurred. So there's no clear line. Now, the guidance says these boundaries between councils should be clearly identifiable, like marshlands, rivers, railways. It's just not the case here. And I know you say let's go out to consultation and improve the boundary, but I just do not see how the responses are going to make this decision less difficult when it comes around, knowing the areas I do. And the Southbourne Community Submission recognise that. They say in their submission that the boundary with the Boscombe and Folkestone is going to be really problematic. It is really problematic, and it's so problematic that it's going to be unworkable. So that's my view. If the boundary isn't right, then the proposal isn't right. So just briefly, why does it matter? We really shouldn't underplay how significant creating these council boundaries can be. We're drawing boundaries that can endure for a long time, long after all of us, and will shape community identity. Before long, everyone will either be part of Southbourne or Boscombe Council, paying different tax, getting different services, different council to interface with. It's just not a small change about who puts up street lights. It's going to shape the identity and culture of the areas, and we need to get it right. Secondly, I think having separate councils across Bournemouth will actually get in the way of us working better together to try to get stuff done. It's just they're not going to be at a scale like other councils. Poole will have a council, Christchurch will have a council, Bournemouth will instead have these divided little ones. It's just not going to be at scale to be efficient and joined up in making the area attractive. So this is my view. I really want to plead with you. The boundary between Southbourne and Boscombe is not right. And I don't see how it's going to be improved by the responses to the consultation. And instead, we think that a better solution would be to be a joined-up Bournemouth Town Council. It's what you would expect to, if you were coming fresh to this, you'd say Christchurch have one, Poole has one, why not Bournemouth? And I put that to you to think about. It has all the benefits we've talked about, and many have heard about having a town council, but it avoids having this divisive split between the communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. You should all have received that in the amendment in your inbox, so I shall move on to Councillor Joe Salmon, who's indicated.
No, sorry, I'm all good. I'll pipe down. I talk too much.
Councillor Pedevin.
Thank you. I can't agree with this amendment any more than the last one. As a member of the Working Party, we looked at the submissions that came in very, very carefully. There were very detailed, very well worked through submissions, both from the Southbourne area and from Boscombe and Folkestone. The boundaries that are in the recommendations are the boundaries that they were talking about. This is not the Working Party's ideas, this is the submission's ideas. When it goes out to consultation, obviously, if the residents of those areas say they want to be one parish council, fair enough. That's their prerogative. That's the point of consultation, to find out what local people feel. But we had very strong, very representative it wasn't just one individual or two individuals, it was community groups. And as a Working Party, we were respecting the submissions that were put into us to feed out for consultation for local people to express their views on. And as I say, depending on what the views come back, then we'll proceed accordingly. But we must give people the choice to pass this amendment is saying to the people who made the submissions on behalf of Southbourne and Folkestone, Boscombe, and Northbourne and Redhill, mustn't forget them because theirs was another strong submission, we're ignoring what you say. We cannot ignore what they say. We must listen to a bigger number of people and act accordingly thereafter. So I do not agree with this amendment.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Tarling.
Yeah, thank you very much. I do understand the motion's been brought, and I don't want to go on as a Christchurch councillor preaching too much about Bournemouth and Bournemouth Town Centre, but I do have a connection to Southbourne and Tuckton. But I just want to make a point. Christchurch Borough Council was obviously dissolved and split into 3 councils, and I can actually tell you that I've actually seen, I think, both Councillor Martins in Christchurch Town, and you know what, we let them in. And not only that, both my children went to Highcliffe School and have benefited from playing on the recreation ground at Highcliffe, and I went to Highcliffe Food Festival. Might have been not last year, but before. As a resident, it doesn't really make a great deal of difference to me. I think actually I'm paying slightly more in Christchurch now, in Christchurch Town, than in Highcliffe and Watford. But again, as mentioned before, it's a very small precept compared to some parishes around the country. So I won't get too hung up on the boundaries. And again, this is a consultation, although I am minded a lot more to hear the discussion on this than the previous one, because I do think that parishing is important, and maybe there aren't things right with the Bournemouth proposal at the moment. And I hear what Councillor Connolly said, but I know people in Southbourne and Tuckton, and I'm sorry, they probably have a different view. It's a bit like, you know, whether you're in parts of Ukraine, maybe, that whether you're Russian or Ukrainian, perhaps, but maybe not as extreme as that. But there is a different view around, and this is about consultation and asking the opinion. It's not about setting it in stone right here, right now. And if the people of Bournemouth decide that they want to be in a different ward, then that's what we'll get through the consultation. But thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor McCormack.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to address 2 points mainly. The first one being that Christchurch Town Council is made up of 19 councillors over a population of 38,000. Now, what you're proposing here is a huge council of 200,000 population, which would result in probably as many councillors as we have in this room now. And it would become huge and unmanageable. I often think, being a part of Christchurch Town Council, that 19 councillors is too much, and we often don't get things done because a few of us end up arguing about one way or another because we cover such a large area. When I attend the Burton and Winton Parish Councils, which Councillor Flagg is on, it's much more targeted in terms of like, right, this is what we're going to do. We're going to run this community centre, or we're going to refurbish this park, and it gets done very quickly, and it's much more orderly. So there's no way I could support this how it is. I think you are creating a huge problem for yourself if you were to go down this route. You would need staff. I mean, at Christchurch Town Council, like I say, we've got 19 members and 38,000, a population of 38,000. We have a town clerk, a deputy town clerk, a projects officer, another projects officer, a communications officer, and an accounts officer. I think it's 6 or 7. And you're proposing to create something 6 times the size. You are going to need staff. You are going to need a building that probably the same size as this. It would not work, personally. I think the smaller, targeted parishes of certain areas, dealing with certain issues in certain areas, is much more manageable. Burton and Winton Parish Council, for example, has 1 member of staff, 1 parish clerk, and it's very cost efficient to do it that way, rather than trying to create some huge thing. I mean, we've seen it in this council right now. In 2019, we created this huge unitary authority, and has it really worked? Well, I don't know. I look around the room now, and I'm not getting smiley faces from everybody. So I did have another point, but it's completely slipped my mind. But what I would say, for those of you that are going down this route is to come and talk to us who are on Christchurch Town Council, who are on Burton and Wington Parish Council, Herne Parish Council, or Highcliffe and Waterville Parish Council, and ask our experiences of being on those councils over the years. Because what I'm hearing here is a lot of good ideas, but when you will attempt to put those ideas into practice, you will come across challenges that you haven't foreseen so far. And I see Councillor Harding nodding his head, because it is not as straightforward as you might think. But I would recommend smaller parishes targeting certain areas, because you will get much more done in those councils. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Cox.
Thank you, Mr Vice Chair. I think some of the points I was going to make have already been made, but I just wanted to reply to Eleanor's point about Christchurch and say it's one, it's not. I think you've already heard, actually I wanted to correct my fellow councillor, it's not 3, there's 4. There's 4 local councils within Christchurch, and that works perfectly well. And, you know, I think Councillor Simon McCormack is quite right. The Christchurch Town is actually quite a big council, and sometimes a bit too big at times. And if you think the boundary between Boscombe and Southbourne is complicated, you want to try the boundary between Priory Ward and Jumpers Ward in Christchurch Town, where I represent part of Commons Ward, as does Councillor Tarling. And we get on perfectly well. We talk to each other, don't we, Councillor Phipps? Most of the time. And so actually, you know, these things do happen. Boundaries are complicated. And to say that nobody's got any right to draw boundaries and draw lines, that's exactly what the Boundary Commission does day in, day out. They draw these boundaries. We have to live with them, whether we like them or not. And we're all subject to boundaries that none of us had any right in drawing them up. So I understand where you're coming from in terms of the Bournemouth total, but that would involve dissolving an existing one which people asked for. Presumably you'd have to dissolve Throop. Well, what would happen with Throop? That's a part of Bournemouth, and that's a parish council. So, you know, it doesn't make sense to me, and so therefore I can't support it. Sorry.
Thank you, Councillor. I've got 2 more speakers, Councillor Walters and Councillor Farquhar, and Councillor, forgive me, Martin, sorry, and Councillor Trent and Councillor, okay, Councillor Walters.
So just to correct Councillor Canavan, we've not restricted this consultation. It's the legislation that stops us from doing multiple options. So if you want that changed, I would recommend lobbying your MP, because we legally cannot do multiple options as part of this consultation. The borders won't be artificial, they won't be forced. Part of the consultation is asking people where they feel like they live, where they would like to be part of. If anything, this is going to give us the most detailed data we will ever receive in the history of this council as to where people actually do live. And my other point was, Southbourne submission was the single most detailed and well thought out submission we received in the entire process. I would be opposed to disregarding that as part with this amendment.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Farquhar.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sure the Chamber will be pleased to hear that. I'll be very brief. I think members are forgetting themselves that this has been raised many times. This is only a discussion on the consultation that goes out and the scope of the consultation. We're not here to decide whether this is a town council, that's going to be a parish council, what size it's going to have, how many councillors it may or may not have. We're simply here to look at the consultations. There's an amendment here for it going out to consultation. People shouldn't get ahead of themselves and start thinking about how it's going to work, because the consultation itself, we want to be as wide as possible. Councillor Walters' part, I believe this amendment will help that consultation to be as wide as possible. So that's why I'll be supporting the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. We have 3 more speakers who are here, and then we'll go to Councillor Canavan. The next speaker is Councillor Gillian Martin.
Hello,
no. I actually live in Boscombe. I just wanted to say that basically the streets between Boscombe and Southbourne are very intertwined. Both are within walking distance of each other, and the residents of Boscombe socialise and shop in Southbourne, and vice versa. Residents in Southbourne and Boscombe also socialise and shop. So we are each other's stakeholders, and I think putting that divide there is not a good idea, and therefore I support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Aikenhead.
Yes, I just first of all wanted to say that somebody mentioned Throop. It's very clear that this amendment does not include Throop, and it would still exist. This amendment is about combining the specific proposals that are written in the amendment, which makes the rest of Bournemouth, apart from the already parished. I just want to mention a few things. Firstly, as someone from Poole, I do think it's important that we do give people the same rights in Bournemouth as we do it in Poole. And I have listened to a lot of arguments, and although I really don't like this proposal K because it's very clunky, it just doesn't really fit, nobody's asked for it, I've listened to what everyone said, and the conclusion that I came to is actually that's where our amendment comes in. It's a compromise. It's a way of making sure that we can consult everybody in Bournemouth and give them something that is actually worth having. Having said that, I don't think it excludes people wanting something separate themselves, and I take the advice that we can't create extra parishes, but they're not extra because they've already been part of the consultation. So although we may not be asking specific questions about these particular areas, I think people have still got all the choices. And in fact, I think they have all the choices with this proposal. And the problem with the proposal that has come out of the working group and we tried to amend it and it hasn't been amended, is just this leftover area that nobody suggested, and it's cobbled together. And I think there's all sorts of implications in it that I don't think we've really thought through, like, for instance, what happens to the mayoralty of Bournemouth. With Poole, I'm happy that what we've got is a proposal that fits. With Bournemouth, I'm not really sure we've got that. And we are recommending it. We're not just asking people if they like it or not. I feel a little bit uncomfortable recommending something that I'm not sure about. On the point about it's too big, yes, proposal K is too big as well in that case. We're going to have that problem either way. Poole's going to be very big, but we'll get over it. It will be fine. We'll manage it somehow, yeah? If we really want it, we'll manage it. But if people don't really want it, it will be much more difficult. So I can see this being very challenging, and I hope that we will try and get something that will be really good for us to be able to really consult people, and that is why I'm supporting this amendment.
Thank you, Councillor. It appears I can't count, so we've got Councillor Trent and then Councillor Hadley. Councillor Trent, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think we've got to be careful that, as was said by Councillor Walters, the Southbourne proposal was so well put together with a lot of detail that I think it would be unreasonable of us not to consider that. The Red Hill and Northbourne one seemed to be quite solid, although less work involved in it than was the Southbourne one. The Boscombe thing, that was a fairly sound proposal, although there was some doubt cast as to how many people actually were behind it. But if we had been designing from scratch, or if we'd had, either or, then, I would have sat down and, you could have drawn a couple of useful lines and you could have divided sort of Bournemouth up. But You're basically working with what people submitted, and I think we've got to consult on what people have submitted, and unfortunately there is a leftover bit, but it may be that the areas that are more marginal might say, well, actually, we would rather go in with a Bournemouth town thing rather than our own sort of particular local thing. That isn't, I don't think, ruled out. So, although in an ideal world we would have been able to have said, you can go for this or you can go for that, I think we're stuck with what we've got, and I think we've got to consult on what we've got, and what's being put out is basically what we've got, albeit that we do have this peculiar area that was proposed, but then the proposal seemed to be withdrawn. But, you know, we are where we are with this. So, you know, personally, I think that we just need to put it out for consultation, then see what people come back with, and modify accordingly if that's what comes out of it.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hadley.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I think some of the debate tonight has been about sort of the campaigning for perhaps what, you know, we're getting ahead of ourselves. It is actually, you know, for individuals to ask for the changes that they might want to see as part of the consultation, and we as councillors are as at liberty as any other member of the public to potentially say where they think the boundaries should be. I've said before, I'm a child of the conurbation. I was born in Highcliffe. I went to school in Southbourne, and I spent most of my working life in Poole. I think people in Poole are quite motivated for this because they've seen a significant loss in terms of the changes the LGR brought in. And certainly, I actually went earlier this week to the Beach Building in Bournemouth Hospital, which is celebrating its first ICU patients, though no one celebrates ICU patients as of now. But the first Poole births will be given in Bournemouth Hospital next week, and that marks the end of births in hospital in Poole. You can't be cremated in Poole because we haven't got cremators that work. There's real reasons why people feel quite strongly about the identity of Poole being lost, and that's perhaps why we had proposals coming forward from Poole. We didn't get that in some of Bournemouth, but we did, as has been heard, get that in parts of Bournemouth. And I think we can't just ignore and override that with an all-Bournemouth solution because there were people who came. And I know, you know, the Southbourne bid, they came to me because they were concerned about the allotments. They wanted to get answers. They were seriously considering what it meant to have a council for Southbourne. So I think we should respect those areas in Bournemouth that wanted to be there. And I think if I lived in Bournemouth now, I'd be really upset if every other part of the conurbation was getting an opportunity to have a town or parish council, and I wasn't. So I think that's why I didn't like the Greens amendment, but I think I'm also not minded to support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll now go to Councillor Canavan.
Thank you, Chair. So, in terms of the speeches against, I've counted 4 Poole councillors and 3 Christchurch councillors, which is interesting, isn't it? That they want to impose something on Poole that's good enough for you, but apparently it's not good enough for us. So, just for clarification, this amendment does not include Throop. This amendment combines the existing G, H, I and K. So yes, it does include Boscombe, yes, it does include Southbourne, and yes, it does include Redhill and Northbourne. So Council Constance referred to the Boundary Commission, and I've spent more hours than I can remember in front of the Boundary Commission arguing about lines on a map, but it's a statutory body. It's entitled to do that whether we like it or not. We have a choice here. We have a choice to create a town council in Bournemouth that is the same, on the same basis as it is in Christchurch and Poole. Yes, it's going to be significantly bigger, but I don't see that as a negative. I see it as a positive because it makes it more viable, more able to do stuff, more able to make change than a series of small parish councils. So I, just in closing, Chair, just to repeat the point I made before, what this does is still to keep the options open for residents. They can still argue for what they want. They can argue for a Southbourne council if they want one. They can argue for a Boscombe council if they want one, because they're able to respond to the consultation on that basis. So this doesn't close the door to that. What it does do, however, is it gives people an opportunity, if they want it, to create a whole town council for Bournemouth. And that's what I'm seeking your support to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And I think just coming back to Councillor Canavan's point there, I think there is also the opportunity the other way as well. If people do respond in Boscombe or in anywhere across the whole of Bournemouth saying that they want something different, then it will still be considered as part of that working group process. This isn't about decision making this evening, although it is wonderful to hear about all the great things that parish and town councils are doing in their respective areas. This is about consulting, and I don't need to be a Bournemouth councillor to feel that we should be asking residents what they think.
Thank you, Councillor. So we go to the vote. Can all those in favour of the amendment please show by raising your hand? And all those against, please? Thank you, members. And any abstentions? So that amendment is lost, and we return to the original substantive. Are there any speakers on that? Councillor Tarling.
Can I propose we move straight to the vote? We've had enough on this, thank you.
Councillor Walters, you've reserved your right.
If it means we go straight to the vote, I will waive it.
Have you raised to speak, Councillor Bartlett? Because it's going straight to the vote. I'll hear you, Councillor Bartlett.
Thank you, Chair. Oh, the irony of it. We formed LGR, and we hoped our aspirations were for improved services driven through the efficiencies that we make through our reduction in bureaucracy. I haven't heard anybody screaming about a democratic deficit. Has the population been screaming about a democratic deficit? No, they haven't. But what they have been complaining about is the lack of services and the reduction in services because there's no money. And this is what this is all about, isn't it? It's about local people having to pay a bit more money so that they can get the services that they want, which they expect to get through their council taxes that they're paying already. This is just a backdoor tax. So let's have all this waffle about, we need parishes. People don't want parishes, they want the services that they're entitled to through their council tax. Having said all that, if that's the only way that we are going to keep Red Hill paddling pool open, I'm afraid that's what we're going to have to do. So I'm actually going to support this, and I support it going out to all of these. Everybody has to have a chance to talk about this. Let's go for the consultation. Let's hear what as many people has got to say about this as we can possibly encourage to talk about it. At the moment, most people know nothing about it. I can tell you that now. They know nothing about it. We know a bit about it. Most residents haven't got a clue what's going on. So let's go out to consultation for everybody and let's hear them come back and say, it's a load of rubbish, give us the services for what we're paying for already. Thank you.
Councillor Beasley. Councillor Beasley, did you indicate?
Chairman, I hadn't indicated, but I was about to. I've stayed out of the amendments and the debate there because I wanted to speak to the substantive motion, but of course parts of what I have to say are relevant to the Bournemouth proposal, so I need to make that clear at the beginning. So the initial consultation to invite proposals demonstrated absolutely no interest or appetite by the residents of Bournemouth. I've sat through most of the working group meetings, entered the debate when necessary, and it's been very clear to me that the residents of Bournemouth perhaps didn't relish another layer of bureaucracy, or perhaps paying twice for the services the council charged for and should provide, just as Councillor Bartlett said a moment ago, or perhaps they simply can't afford it, given that many residents are already struggling. At the Overview and Scrutiny Board, the proposal to exclude Bournemouth got through by the narrowest of margins, and of 6 votes to 5. And of course, that then went to Cabinet as a recommendation from Overview and Scrutiny and made no impact whatsoever, hence the reason that we have that in front of us this evening. We're told we can't talk about the cost, but it's clear that the costs of setting up a town council of the size we're talking about will be substantial, and the running of it obviously will add to that cost. And that's before any services are provided. Any additional services, whether it's services picking up from the shortcomings of BCP Council or other aspirations that a town council may have. And I make the point that in Bournemouth, if you look at the appendix, we're talking about a town council representing 40 polling districts with a population of 100,000 people. That's an extremely big town council, and I think there will be extremely big bills to match the size of that council. I understand how it works in other places, Walkford, Highcliffe, etc., but they are of much smaller scale, and they can deliver on the ground directly to people. I predict, though, Chair, that it won't be long before a council of that size has councillors who demand payment, allowances which will grow and grow, and all of this at the cost of residents who are paying for services already provided, supposedly, by BCP Council and for which they are paying. The consultation comes at a cost to council taxpayers. We haven't been told how much that is, and we haven't been told how the information will be dispersed to those taking part in the consultation. And I fear that it will follow a party line which is not necessarily of equal measure about the fors and the against, and it's not allowed to mention the cost. And the cost is what people will want to know anyway. So they won't feel they're missing out, they'll just have to pay more. And I urge the Council to vote against the proposals.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Aikenhead.
Yes, yes, first of all, I just wanted to say that a lot of detail work has gone into this. Some of it is so difficult because we can't give people a load of options, which would have been a great way to do the consultation if we could have done that. And I think we need to bear in mind it's going to be difficult going forward as well, and we need to be very mindful of that when we are designing the questions, to make sure that we are listening to all the things that we've had in this debate. I mean, thank you for everyone who's been part of this debate, because it's really helpful to hear all these different views, and then when we go back into the working group and we have to make some more decisions, we've got all this behind us to try and make the right decision, because in the end, whatever decision we make, it's going to last for a long time. And as the Christchurch councillors have been telling us, it's really important that we get this right in terms of what the residents are then going to look back on and say, yeah, that was a good idea, and we don't want the residents to be looking back and saying, oh, no, they did it wrong. So it's a big responsibility on us, and I think if we take that responsibility seriously and we listen to what everybody is saying, then there's going to be a lot of detailed boundaries. We need to ask the residents about all the details of the different boundaries to make sure we do get them in the right place, if there should be a boundary there at all. But I think that really what I'd like to do is just, before we vote on this, to say thank you to the officers who supported the working group, particularly Richard, because there was a huge amount of detailed work, and particularly for the pool proposal, it was quite difficult to actually find a proposal that would work, and he did a huge amount of work over the weekend on that. So thank you very much for that. And I think it's, obviously it's very difficult in Bournemouth. I know there's a lot of disagreement. As a pool councillor, I'm very pleased that we are going forward with something that I think the people of Poole will be happy with. And I hope that we can do something to sort out what Bournemouth need or don't need with the consultation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Members, I will hit 3 more speakers, Rampton, Trent and Cooper, and then I will go back to Councillor Walters. So, Councillor Rampton, please.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair. So this report makes it really clear that if parish or town councils are created, all operational costs will be borne by them through the appropriate precept. I'm just quoting from the report. How then can it be that if a resident who responds to the consultation raises concerns about an increase in tax, will have their response discarded, as that is not considered to be a material consideration? The council tax bills have just dropped through all our letterboxes, haven't they? Eye-watering increases. And of course people are going to be concerned about having to find even more money in the way of an additional precept. Chair, I did say this at the ONS board. These recommended proposals will lead to divided communities. Take my ward, Talbot and Branksome Woods, yours, Councillor Gillett. You're going to have some of our residents in a Bournemouth council potentially, and some in a Poole council potentially. What is the sense in that? It's splitting communities up. It's going to be confusing. How are people going to know who to go to? Oh, do I go to my Bournemouth town? Do I go to my Branksome Woods? Do I go to Bournemouth Council? Do I go to Poole Council? Do I go to BCP Council? What do I do if I have an issue? Because not everybody is going to grasp, but really the only things that are statutory are allotments and, what was the other one, neighbourhood forums, because there's no guarantee that anything else will be provided, and if it is, it will be at a cost, inevitably. It's another layer of governance. It's extra taxation. Basically, it's a cynical way to raise revenue for the services that BCP should be providing. And if those responses are to be discarded because they don't meet the so-called criteria, then it's an expensive farce. So, Chair, I'd really, really like to have an assurance that residents can have their say clearly and without prejudice if they say they are opposed for whatever reason and that their views won't be discounted. It would be great if I could have an answer to that. Thank you, Chair. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Trent.
Sorry, I pressed the wrong one. Yeah. Thank you, Chair. I wasn't going to say anything on this section, but I think Councillor Bartlett sort of rather tempted me to say it, because I did get besieged by residents who were saying, when are we going to get Poole back? And I said, well, it's going to be at least 19 years if we want to get anything resembling what used to exist, and I said that was quite unlikely. I think Councillor Chapman-Law may confirm this, but we met the Police and Crime Commissioner on site, lots of residents all upset about antisocial behaviour going on in the area. And towards the end of it, I got besieged by people saying, what's happening about Poole? What's happening about Poole? So when everyone else kind of disappeared, did their bit and so on, I ended up having another half an hour's meeting saying what the possible options were. And I think Also, during my year as Mayor of Poole, I had quite a few people pull me to one side and say, what are we going to do about Poole? We've got a bit of a lack of identity there. There's stuff going on. We've got to do something about Poole's history and image and so on. And I had some very difficult times because a chartered trust was not a council. And it's even more limited what it can do to what we thought it could do at the time. So personally, I think we need to make this option available. And the other red herring was mention of cost. Yeah, cost can't be part of it, which is a bit unfortunate, although I was quite open as to what people were paying in other parts of Dorset when I consulted my residents on it in a leaflet. And personally, I think something as little as a tenner could make a substantial difference in somewhere of the scale of Poole. And the same with Bournemouth, because obviously you get economies of scale. But I do think that we need to look at this, consult people, get feedback on the options, consider it against the background that we're allowed to consider it with legislation. As I say, it's less than ideal because, as I've said before, I would have liked options to be available. But, I think we should go ahead, consult, find out what people want, and then, as a member of the working party, I'm sure we'll sit down and spend hours and hours and hours and days and days and days of meetings going through what people have come out with and trying to interpret it. So, but, I think we should go ahead and support the consultation and let's do our best as individual councillors, not to promote an idea or say that, this is bad or something, not to play politics with it, but actually to sort of engage people with it and find out what people want and what they would want from a town council. And then it's going to be up to whoever people elected. If a town council or parish council is formed, it's going to be up to the people to elect the people who are going to give them the kind of council that they want. It's not going to be sort of, you can guarantee that all these people will, be extravagant and so on. So I really think we should move on to this next stage and hopefully get some decent feedback.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Cooper.
Yeah, quickly. It's been a really good conversation. I'd just like to point to the fact that the submission window was really small. I'll just give you an example, and I think we really need to look at how we engage our population, the participation, the methods, and the time and energy and fiscal commitment, if you like, to make sure that people's voices are heard, and then we can act accordingly. Last weekend, we were out knocking on doors. We got rid of 1,000 leaflets, and we had like a set of questions we were asking about how popular the Labour government is and what people are doing, all this kind of stuff. My supplementary question to most of them and a few others, we're working, can you ask this question for me? We were in Newtown, we were in Hamworthy, and we were in Poole Town Centre for a little while in the evening. Was, you're aware of the consultation, that's coming around the corner, Poole Town Council, Parish Councils. I would not tell you a lie, there must be like 70% of people did not have a clue what we were on about. In my own ward, where I hold councils regularly, and I talk to people, I go to the schools, the Hamworthy Town Women's Guild. Well, what's all this about, Peter? And I think they're just picking bits up. And although we do need transformation, we do need change, and we do need, democracy to be fueled and fired so the voice of the people can rise up from the ground and kick our backsides if we don't do our jobs properly. But I think this shows us really seriously. We've got a lot of hullabaloo and some really, really good stuff, really positive things. But the root of a lot of this is disengagement with the people that supposedly have voted us in to do a job. And I'd like us to, as an outcome of this conversation, an outcome of this, the result of whatever it comes to when it goes out to consultation and what comes back at us, one of the learning things is, right, how are we going to do this better in the future? And I'm going to be a bit regressive. I was part of the Poole Borough Unitary Authority when we went to the first consultation to merge the BCP authorities. You had Christchurch on the right, not politically, of course, Christchurch on the left, Poole on the right will say now, and in the middle, Bournemouth. And we had consultations at the lighthouse, and we had consultations everywhere. People walked out of the lighthouse dissatisfied, feeling they weren't listened to. And when BCP came into operation, you can challenge me by email, because we haven't got time to do it here, I suppose. The population felt let down. I can speak for Poole, both as a resident for 25 years, and as an activist and as a youth worker. Still, people didn't feel engaged. And we haven't got it right. We didn't get it right then, and I hope that we get it right this time. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Now I'm going to go back to Councillor Walters.
Regarding the points on the consultation there, I would point out that every household in BCP will be getting a leaflet on this, so it will be probably the single most publicised consultation we've ever done. Councillor Rampton's comments on the precepts in terms of the feedback on them is fair. All valid responses will be taken into consideration here. As I mentioned to Councillor Canavan, this is the legislation. If you want that changed, I recommend writing to your local MP. Councillor Earl mentioned earlier that Bournemouth and Poole are the only unparished areas in Dorset. It goes further than that. Bournemouth, minus Throop, and Poole are 2 of 5 areas that don't have city councils and haven't undergone local government reorganisation in the entire south of England without parishes. The literal reason for the existence of charter trusts is to abolish them and replace them with parish and town councils. It's the whole reason charter trusts became a thing. Let's move on to the next stage, put this to our residents so they can tell us what they want.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Earl.
Thank you. I don't have a lot to add, but I would assume that the 30% of residents that Councillor Cooper spoke to were in the Newtown and Headlands ward, because we have delivered thousands of leaflets across our area talking about the community governance review, and we have invited residents to events to discuss it as well. And just to draw on what both Councillor Trent and Councillor Cooper said, you know, we're community leaders, or we say we're community leaders. And I think it's really important that we play our role. If you do have a strong opinion, if you don't want a town council or a parish council, or if you really do, because they deliver some really good things, I think it's up to us as well to go out to our communities and engage with them and give them the options and say, look, actually, I believe this is the right thing to do. So the consultation allows us to do that. If we don't go down that route at all, then we are denying that opportunity to our residents. But I think it is really important as representatives and as people who are engaged with this stuff that we share that information with residents and we empower them to have their say.
Thank you, Councillor. And so we go to the vote on the substantive. Can I ask all those in favour to indicate by raising their hands? Thank you. And those against? Thank you, members. And any abstentions? Thank you. So that is carried. And now I think we should have a break. If I can ask you to be back in the chamber in 10 minutes. Thank you. Okay, item 9, Cabinet on the 5th of March 2025, minute number 128, our Place and Environment Local Transport Plan, Capital Programme 25-26. I've been... bear with me. Yep, no, that's fine. Councillor Andy Hadley, I understand that you will move the recommendation and then Councillor Richard Herritt will second the move.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, so this comes around every year, and it's a continuation really of what we looked at a year ago. So 3 things that we're asking Council to approve. This is the approval of the 2025-26 Local Transport Capital Programme, which amounts to £10.6 million. 7.5 million of that is on maintenance, and that's about maintaining our highway, and the 3.1 million is around it changes improvements on integrated transport. There was an uplift from the Department for Transport of 1.9 million on the maintenance funds, which was done by formula. And there was an announcement literally yesterday, and I haven't caught up with the detail of it yet, in terms of requirements placed upon us by June to talk about, to count to government about how we do maintenance and how we look after potholes and things, with a threat that money for councils that are not performing will be withdrawn. But as I say, I haven't had a chance to digest that as yet. The second element is to delegate delivery of the Act to Travel Fund grant, which is our the fifth allocation from Department of Transport. We have a grant of £478,000 there. And the third one is to recommend approval of the indicative highways maintenance programme for the following 2 years, for 26-7 and 27-8. And that's a requirement, again, from Department of Transport to have a forward plan, really, of where we're going in terms of maintaining the highway. I think, in the interest of time, I won't speak any further on those unless there's any questions that are raised for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Herritt.
Second and reserve my right, please.
Thank you. Members, is there any debate? Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I wanted to speak mainly about the capital programme on the highways maintenance side of things. I think it's really good we've got here highways maintenance funding of £7.5 million from the local transport plan next year. Plus there's 1.7 million external grant funding on top of that, so 9.2 million will be spent on maintaining our roads. And I think we've discussed a number of different items at tonight's meeting, but for me, what's really important to people travelling around our area, whether that be by car, by bus, by cycle, on scooters or walking, is road repairs, surfacing, fixing potholes. It's always near the top of people's priorities when you talk to them. So we need to really welcome this really significant investment in the next year. I hear quite a lot of criticism of our roads and potholes and when are the council going to do something to fix it. But it's always the case that more could be done if there was more money available. But what's important to me, and in my experience as a councillor over many years, is that we do the best with the funding that we have. If there's a pothole repair needed, then it needs to be reported in online, and in my experience, they're dealt with fairly swiftly. And in my experience as a councillor for the last 18 years, is that we're really fortunate to have the professional and hard-working teams in our highways and transport teams. I'd like to thank all of our highways maintenance crews, all the highway engineers and all those involved in delivering this work. In my ward, since BCP was formed in 2019, we've seen around £1 million of funding for highways maintenance across roads in my ward. Some of the roads have been problems for years and years, for decades, and people have always moaned about them. And actually, in the last few years, they've been dealt with. They've been fixed. Lots of the roads around Bear Cross. The road through Camford Magna Village has been a problem for many years, and that's all been dealt with now. And nearby, the recent resurfacing of Toybury Park Avenue in Kinston has fixed one of the worst roads for potholes in the area. And this work's making a real difference. You try driving in other parts of the country and you'll find far poorer road conditions than you do in BCP. And the figures back that up. Nationally, 11% of roads are classed as being in a bad state of repair. In BCP, it's only 3% of roads are in a bad state of repair. Nationally, 61% of roads are classed as being in a good state of repair. In BCP, it's not 61%, it's 77% of our roads are classed as being in a good state of repair. Far better than most of the country. We should really welcome this investment and the hard work that's going into delivering that. And thank the transport teams that are doing this work, putting in these bids, getting this funding, and actually carrying out the work for the benefit of all of our residents, for motorists, for cyclists, for pedestrians, and everybody that uses our roads.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Howell.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to quickly say on potholes that I think the Council does an excellent job in that particular team. It seems to me that probably the reason that we have a lot of our potholes is people don't use the report it function to report them. Whenever I report using that, the pothole's normally fixed within 2 or 3 days. And I report those anonymously, not with a councillor reference. So, yeah, I just encourage everybody here to encourage as many people as possible to use that service, which is findable in a couple of seconds on the internet. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Trent.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to echo one of the last points that was made about monitoring the work that's done and the effectiveness of different work. But having spent some while at the weekend travelling some of Hampshire County Council's roads, our roads look good in comparison. They had potholes that were unbelievably deep and vicious. But the question I wanted to ask, and I raised it at Transport Advisory Group as well, is that do we have a formal system of monitoring the effectiveness of the different types of treatment given to an area? I was thinking of one road in particular, which a resident raised with me, which is actually in an adjacent ward, which was resurfaced and quite a nice job done not that long ago. It may have been in the latter days of Poole Council, but it's certainly been of the period that it could have been done by BCP Council. But the top 2 inches of it is breaking away, and that seems to happen in quite a lot of areas. And I wonder whether we've actually got a formal system of monitoring the effectiveness of the different types of treatment, because if not, I think we ought to make sure, as Councillor Brown said earlier on, that we are getting the best value for money of what we spend, because it seems that some treatments are better than others.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Chair. I'm supportive of the vast majority of this. The only bit I don't like, and I've said it before and I'll say it again, is the fact we're spending another nearly 200 grand on the 20-mile-an-hour rollout. I mean, that's more than we're spending on repairing footways, which I get quite a lot of complaints about, and I know there's even more in the town centre or highway drainage. So for that reason, and that reason alone, I'm not going to support it.
Councillor Beasley.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Well, I welcome parts of this report, but I would like to highlight that we are far from perfect in certain areas. And those certain areas are way below the standards we might expect, whereas most of the standards are reasonably good compared to others, which isn't a very high bar. And I'd just draw attention to 3 in particular. Holdenhurst Road, the middle part of Holdenhurst Road, east of the station, which is a very heavily trafficked road and is in an appalling condition. I will always avoid driving down there. Secondly, Southcote Road, which is even worse. And thirdly, in my ward, the part of Poole Road between Queen's Road and Westbourne, which is a main bus route, and in both directions has major deficiencies. They're not just about potholes, they're about deficiencies in the road surface. I've been trying for 6 years to get some attention to that road, and I have failed on every occasion. It's always going to be next year or the following year, and it never happens. Having said that, Chair, I would commend those who are out there fixing potholes and the work that they do. Councillor Howell mentioned that a moment ago, and he's absolutely right. What concerns me is our reliance on reporting online. It comes down to councillors doing it, it comes down to members of the public doing it. And if they don't get reported, it seems to me, then they don't get done. And I worry that we haven't got that layer of management or people within the department who are going out and actually checking the standard of surfaces and the number of potholes. We're relying on others to do it. And that, of course, is going to be an inexact science. So I think that needs to be drawn to the attention not only of the portfolio holder, but the department itself. Because until that takes place, there is no real accountability. It's relying on something anonymous, as Councillor Howell said a moment ago. If we could improve that, I think we would improve the lot of many road users across the 3 towns. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bartlett.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, like Cameron Adams, I too cannot support this paper on the grounds that it promotes the 20-mile-an-hour speed limit areas, which I feel is actually not the best use of council taxpayers' money. And I believe that there are other things that can be done to improve the public transport and things like that would have a far better benefit from the use of this money. So I'm going to vote against this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. If there's no one else to speak, then Councillor Herod.
Thank you. It's good to be able to see us continue to invest in road safety measures through the next year and even provide a small increase in budget. We're out to consultation on the first 20-mile-an-hour zone. I would suggest Councillor Adams fills that out. To potentially add to the over 70 schemes that already exist in the area. And our data suggests that there is a significant drop in the serious collisions and in general collisions in those areas. We've got budget for additional crossings, as well as specific school crossings. School streets are included, and I was contacted just today by a ward councillor about whether a school in their ward could be considered for a future scheme as well, to add to the several councillors who have already asked for improvements to road safety in their area. Obviously, there's unfortunately only so much money for rollout on measures, and I find frustration in the fact that we've historically have had to wait for incidents to happen before we've been able to take measures to improve road safety. And 20 miles an hour, as proven in several parts of the country and our own conurbation, do provide a significant improvement and a reduction in the collisions in those areas. As I've mentioned a few times in the last week, if we ignore the very real human cost that's involved in a serious collision, and I'm not suggesting for a second we should, a prevention of someone being seriously injured on our roads has societal savings of in excess of £100,000 per casualty. And if we bring back the people, they have the pretty significant added bonus of not actually being hurt. That we're able to continue to invest is testament to the officers finding measures that provide the best value where they can.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hadley.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Councillor Brown, thank you for your statistics. I know those came from the service, and it is a testament to the work that our teams do, both preventative and also reactive to potholes. But we are an urban area, and I think we shouldn't be complacent. We have a good record, but we need to make sure it's as good as it can be. You mentioned the transport team. Actually, it's the environment team that do the pothole maintenance. It's the street team within the environment team that do that work. But the two teams work really well seamlessly together. Very often transport are designing and our environment team are implementing. Again, Councillor Howard was really about if you report it, then it will happen. It won't always happen because sometimes there is knowledge that there is going to be planned maintenance work in the near future, and we sometimes get that wrong. And there was an instance very recently where, as part of TCF, there was some resurfacing and then disconnection of a gas main to one of our own buildings that happened shortly thereafter. We can't always predict who's going to dig up the road, even if it's for our own requirements. But generally, we do try really hard to coordinate those things. Yeah, I think fine if you don't agree with Councillor Adams with 200,000 on 20 mile an hour, as has just been said. That's 2 serious casualties, and it's not just the money of the casualties; it's also the disruption and pain for the families involved. That's up to you. In terms of the 3 streets that Councillor Beasley raised, we obviously have done quite a lot of work on the upper section of Holderness Road very recently, reconstructing that piece of road. I don't know where the bit by the station is in terms of the priorities, but I can ask, and certainly again the Pool Road through Queen's Road to Westbourne and Southcote Road, happy to take those away and try and get you answers on those 3. In terms of reliance on reporting online, it's not just the members of the public. There is also regular surveys done where they are looking at the road surface, and the main roads are done annually. The more minor roads are done every 4 years, and pavements again on a similar basis. So there are inspection checks that are done. They're not as regular as we might like, and I'd love to see technology that use that for some of our vehicles that are travelling around, like the bin lorries, if they had the means to test to check the condition of the road. I think there are things for the future that we could maybe do to make it even better. But we do our own testing. But it's between those periods when members of the public can bring things to our attention, and as Councillor Howe said, they will get done. I think we are investing in public transport. Councillor Bartlett's point, we've done well in terms of the bus service improvement plan and partnership working with more bus, and that's an important thing. But so is actually trying to keep people safe and support families and those that want to do that. But also we are going to consultation, so we're going to ask the public, what they think in those areas. We have looked at an area that has a significant crash record and injury statistic record, and we need to see what the people in that area think. And there are also, as has been proven elsewhere, insurance benefits from having reduced road speed. And we also know our buses only go about 13 miles an hour around the conurbation because it's so congested very often you can't speed, and therefore people are expecting slower speed. So there's a real safety benefit there, I think. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And so to the vote, I can tell we haven't got consensus, so all those in favour, please raise your hand. And those against, please. And abstentions. So that's carried. Thank you, members. Item 10, Cabinet, 5th of March, minute number 129, Strategic Community Infrastructure Levy. Councillor Millie Earle, I understand that you will move the recommendations, and then Councillor Andy Hadley will second the move. Councillor Earle.
Thank you. Community Infrastructure Levy, or CIL, is collected from development and used to fund infrastructure necessary to support planned growth. It's split into 3 components: administrative, neighbourhood and strategic. And having identified that our current policy on strategic CIL wasn't strategic, especially with pressures growing in mitigation that would impact the pipeline of future developments, like we've seen in Christchurch, we want to try and prevent development being halted. Service areas across the council have identified 121.8 million in pounds of infrastructure projects for CIL funding over the next 5 years. This massively exceeds the projected 29.3 million pounds in strategic CIL, and so the prioritisation is necessary, and that's why we're bringing forward this policy. It allows us to proceed with our regeneration plans and to deliver the housing that's essential for our local communities. Cabinet's recommendation is for option 2, which commits 80% of strategic SIL to critical infrastructure projects, including flood defences, habitat site mitigation and transport and educational projects. They may not be the most exciting projects, they're certainly not beach barbecues, but they are enabling projects to achieve the fundamental development that this council plans to, and to support our communities both in terms of regeneration and housing delivery by protecting and improving our precious natural and our built infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hadley.
Thank you. I'm happy to second and reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, is there any debate? Councillor Aikenhead.
Yes, I'm not going to speak against this because I do respect that difficult decisions have to be made with prioritisation. But I did notice that the second phase of the play strategy was in one of the options, but that's not in an option that's been chosen. So I just wanted really, I understand that the reason for that is because we can look for funding elsewhere and that we might get some perhaps from the government or from local sponsorship. But I would just like some assurance that if that other funding isn't found, that there is going to be a commitment perhaps to use some of the SIL money that's left to make sure that we do definitely do that phase 2 that has already been agreed for the play strategy. Thank you.
If there's no more debate, Councillor Brown.
Thank you. As a ward councillor for Bearwood and Merley for the last 18 years, it'd be rather remiss of me not to welcome the additional SIL contribution towards the schools in Bearwood and Merley under this option 2 plan of 4.2 million to add to the 7.6 million already contributed by developers as part of their Section 106 obligations to make 11.7 million for education provision in my ward. Often when there's major housing developments, and we've got 3 major developments, one's completed and the other 2 are in progress, delivering about 1,700 new homes in my ward. About 650 of those, 40%, are affordable homes, working with local housing associations. And often when those sorts of things come to planning, there's a lot of criticism of there's no schools being built there, there's no doctor surgeries, no pharmacies, you know, where are all the services, where's the infrastructure? But this shows where the infrastructure investment is coming from. And certainly in Bearwood and Merley, you know, investment in the schools subject to looking at the sort of number of children that are going to be in the area. But also our local doctor surgery is undergoing major redevelopment and extension at the moment to cope with the increasing population that those new housing developments bring. As I've mentioned before, with lots of money, millions of pounds going in terms of highway schemes in the area. So I think to reassure residents who are concerned when there's housing developments going on about, well, is there going to be the infrastructure to support that? I can't see it on the planning application. Funds are made available to deliver that infrastructure. You're not going to build it on day one before all the houses are built, but it has to be phased as the development progresses. And I think I'm completely in support of this proposal because it really does deliver on that. And just quickly in the last few seconds I've got, the Poole Town Centre flood defence work I think is really important. I've been a councillor 18 years and even before that I've seen artists' impressions of the plans for the waterfront in Poole to go right from the quay right round up to Holes Bay, and this funding is delivering a major section of that hopefully in the next 10 or 20 years we'll be able to see what those artists had drawn up in their impressions 20 odd years ago.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hadley.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, in response to Councillor Aikenhead, the Secretary of State spoke in the House of Commons and that she named a number of people, including the officers in BCP who put together our play strategy as being exemplary work. And I think that's something to really be celebrated. I'm really keen that our phase 2 goes ahead and that we make that happen, but in terms of the priorities and the strategic nature of things we need to do, I think it has to be something that we need to look to in the future in terms of how we can best fund it. And we are certainly talking, and with the help of one of our local MPs, we are seeking other ways of making sure that we've got that secured. But certainly for the next couple of years, we're going to do phase 1 of the play strategy, and we'll get a lot of experience of that. And we've got a number of estimates in terms of what it costs and what we find out it actually costs. And we've also been really successful in getting a bid in the Queen's Park area for a play strategy from waste credits from one of the waste companies. So I think there are other ways in which we can fund those things. And my assurance to Councillor Aikenhead, my ward colleague, is that I'm really keen as she is to get this done, because one of the phase 2 sites is in our ward. I think one of the key elements of the Poole Bridge to Hunger Hill is it unlocks 22 million of funding from the Environment Agency. Without this contribution, then we wouldn't be able to do that work, and without doing that work, we can't get the redevelopment of the West Quays of Poole. But more importantly, there are a significant number of homes within Poole Old Town, including the historic museum site, that are under threat of being outflanked by flooding if we don't do this work. So I think it's really important work for the historic heart of Poole Town. So yes, I very much support the adoption of option 2. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Earl, do you want to sum up?
Thank you. And I think the outcome of whether we want to commit that money to the play strategy depends on several things. But what I'm really glad about is that this is a prioritisation paper. We've never before had something in council which actually says what cabinet has been spending this money on, and that's why so much has gone under the radar. So I hope that council do appreciate the transparency of this kind of paper, but also the fact that this will be an annual report to cabinet and to council, so not just to cabinet but to council as well, to update those priorities depending on what's coming up. And specifically on the play strategy, you know, my ask of government every time I meet the MPs, every time I go to Parliament, is about local government funding. And actually, if the government want us to have a play strategy, if they want children to have decent play provision and good facilities where they can exercise and learn and play, we're going to need their support for it, because we are all very aware of our situation, not just in our revenue, but also in our capital as well. And it's projects like these which we prioritised over other things that are actually also really important. And with £121 million of infrastructure projects, these aren't going to be easy decisions to make. But we have to look at it as a prioritisation, and I hope that all councillors will be pragmatic in their approach to that. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So, to the vote. Do we have consensus on this? Or any dissension? No? Oh. Okay, so that has passed. Thank you. Item 11 from the Cabinet on the 5th of March, minute number 130, bus service improvement plan. I've been asked if we can do this in 3 bits, A, B and C, separately. But first of all, let's, Councillor Hadley, I understand that you will move the recommendation, and then Councillor Herritt will second the move. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I made reference earlier to the success that we've had in attracting a good settlement for our enhanced bus partnership. And you can see that we get £5.7 million of a bus service improvement plan from the Department of Transport for next year. This is a partnership not just with Moorbus, but also with other bus operators in the area. There are much smaller bus operators that do some work within the BCP area. But we are responsible for everything on the side of the road, including bus stops, and they're responsible for improving the fleet, the things that move on the road. And when it comes to the real-time information and the security, that's a shared effort. So the request here is to approve acceptance of the funding from government, why wouldn't we, and to apply that as the schedule states. The delegation obviously is to allow us to carry on and do that work in partnership with the bus operators. And as a part of our award from the Department for Transport, we are requested, or required actually, I think, to undertake a full review of those bus services that we subsidise in order to continue to do that, because that's partly funded from the BCP monies. So we need to undertake that work in order to demonstrate that they are still providing good value, that they are providing social value where a bus service is not commercially viable. And we've seen some success from our bus quality partnership work in terms of the number 18 service and the other services where increasing the frequency increases the patronage quite significantly. And the question that we have to keep asking, keep holding our feet to the fire on is, actually, is that now a commercial operation? Do we really need to continue to subsidise it? And that applies across all of our subsidised routes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Herritt.
Second and reserve my right, please.
Thank you. So to debate, do we have any... Councillor McCormack.
Thank you, Chair. Are we debating all three A, B and C in one go, or are we doing it separately?
I propose to do A and B and then C. A and B together and then C. Yeah, the vote will be separate, the debate will be
all three.
Please, yeah, thank you.
Okay, I just wanted to have say a few things about the bus service improvement plan and how we come to the conclusion of what things we progress and what things we don't. We recently had an issue in Purewell where we had a bus company telling us that there was an issue in Purewell. We then put out for consultation a scheme in Purewell which resulted in a lot of residents then being very upset about this scheme even being consulted on, and it's caused a bit of an issue, as some of you may have seen in the Bournemouth Echo. The bus company is a private company, and it's the only one we have here running a bus service. From what I can tell, the bus company comes to us and says, we have an issue on this bus service, and then we put out consultation, which is basically what happened in the Purewell incident. What we're not taking into account right at the beginning is other road users. For example, we should be consulting other road users on where they see the problems with the bus services. So, for example, I was surprised to hear about that Purewell one when on Mondays we have the Monday market and the bus causes a tailgate of traffic all the way through Christchurch. That I would say that is a much bigger issue that we need to address through this BCP programme than this very, very minor delay that we get in Purewell at peak traffic time. So I just wanted to point out that I think that there is an issue in which schemes we bring forward for consultation and which ones we don't, especially with what parties are involved in those early discussions.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further debate? Councillor.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you, Councillor McCormack, for Purewell's in mine and Councillor Cox's ward, but appreciate that most of the people who want to go anywhere from Councillor McCormack's ward have to come through by bus through Purewell, as mentioned, and myself and Councillor Cox have met a number of residents regarding that. So just a request to the portfolio holder that when the consultation is completed, that it is done openly and transparently. For those other councillors that are not aware of it, it involves the suspension or the removal of a number of on-street parking spaces in an area which there's not a surplus of parking, and I appreciate there's actually a balance here with bus routes and free flow of buses. So it's a fine balance, but I just want to make sure that myself and Councillor Cox, and now also Councillor McCormack, is fully consulted on the outcome of those consultations, especially for Purewell. Thank you.
Councillor Beasley.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I only really wish to speak to the third part of this. I'm supportive of A and B, and I'm grateful to you for deciding to split the vote so that can be accommodated. I just want to make a couple of points about the subsidised bus services, because these are always contentious, particularly when funding is threatened by withdrawal. And some of the routes I suspect that I'm looking at are ones which, even in a past life, at Bournemouth Council, I was trying to maintain for long periods. And that's when we had two local bus companies in competition with each other. So my hope, Chair, is that discussions with more bus will take place over these well in advance and in some detail, because when bus companies are constructing their diagrams for bus routes, it does need a long time to fit in, and it needs the consent effectively of the traffic commissioners. And I think it's important that we as a council are working very much in partnership with them, rather than by diktat of what we're not going to do. And that can so easily get lost in discussion if we're not careful about it. The second point, I think, is that with some of these routes, discussions with ward councillors whose residents may be affected, again, at the very earliest opportunity. And in some cases, and Route 36 is an example, that goes through more than one ward. And it affects people for work journeys and lots of other social reasons. So I think it's quite important that engagement with ward councillors takes place as early as possible and as constructively as possible, so that if there is accommodation to be reached, and it may be the bus service I've just mentioned is deemed by Moorbus to be viable on its own, we don't know that. It may be, and if it is, then they'll no doubt continue it. But we need to be mindful as a council of the social need, particularly in terms of trying to get cars off the road, because we can't have it both ways. If we don't have the routes there where social need is important, then we will not be discouraging cars from the road for those residents. So those points, I think, Chair, need to be made here in Council, but I'm very supportive of the essence of A and B in the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Adams.
Great, I'll be quick. I've said enough today. I'm also supportive of A and B. Give us the cash, let's use it. Great. But I am concerned that it may lead to routes being cut. Again, specifically like number 36, which Councillor Beasley mentioned, and which serves Kinston and West Howe. But also Councillor Allen's asked me to raise concerns on behalf of her residents who have been told they may be losing their number 20 route, which serves the Dean Park Crescent area. We're spending obviously quite a lot on one form of active travel, and hopefully some of the Labour group who have hotlines into government can encourage the government to give us more bus funding for next year. Not more bus funding, more bus funding. But that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Yeah, I just wanted to welcome some of the detail that's in this report about what's been delivered and what's being planned for the future, just in terms of what's been delivered since 2022. From my own ward point of view, there's one item in there about in Merley and in the Highcliffe part of Christchurch, they've been brought into Zone A. People might not have been aware that when BCP was formed, most of BCP was in Zone A, but Merley and Highcliffe were in Zone B. If I got a bus from Bearwood to Merley, I paid through the nose because I was crossing a boundary line, even though I was only going half a dozen stops up the road. But Moorbus, myself and Councillor Burton actually had meetings with Moorbus. That was one of the items we discussed, and that's one that's been delivered now. So the whole of BCP is now in the same bus zone and pays the same fares, and we don't have to cross lines. I think that's a really important sort of structural change that benefits our area. Some people have mentioned bus route 18, and the report highlights 265,000 additional passengers have used that. And I think point 7 in there about passenger satisfaction, that national sort of survey results show that BCP is joint top in the country in bus passenger satisfaction surveys. I think we shouldn't overlook things like that we're really delivering for public transport users in this area. And in terms of funding, things that is coming forward in the next year or two in terms of 2025-26, related to the last item I spoke on, actually, there's investment in frequency enhancement to support new developments in the north of Poole, around Camford Paddock and those areas. So investment in actually improving the frequency and the routing of buses within our area because of that new housing development that's coming on board. Another part of the sort of delivering public transport infrastructure when we have significant housing development. So I'd like to welcome that.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Trent.
Thank you, Chair. I want to echo some of the points made about routes that may or may not be threatened with subsidy withdrawal. I've got, I think, 4 such routes in my patch. One of them is only to do with the number of hours it operates, whereas the other 3 are its very existence, including the 36 we've heard about that actually terminates at one end in Talbot View, which is in my ward, and it provides a very useful link with an area which is isolated by hills and so on from other bus routes. But I do have quite a lot of confidence in the team that look after the buses. When yellow buses went under, that team's historic relationship with more buses, bought dividends. It actually rescued almost every service locally. And I noticed that one of the services which was taken away a little while ago because it wasn't getting used is being brought back to serve the new development in sort of Merley and Bearwood. So I've got a lot of faith that it's going to be looked at properly, but I do hope that at all stages ward councillors are given the opportunity to get involved. We might even have the odd useful suggestion, because some of the things that have been done in the past, routes have been rescued because routes are being combined. And sometimes the ward councillor speaking to residents actually kind of knows, well, these people are getting from one, this place to that place, and, that bus went a slightly different way. So I do think that we are a valuable resource in looking at this, and hope that it's looked at in great detail, and look forward to getting into the detail, because I think that, we need to protect that option for our residents, because a lot of people depend on it, and it actually stops a lot of people from becoming housebound. And I can think particularly of routes like the Rossmore Flyer and so on. So, yeah, we would like to be involved as much as possible.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Keddy.
Thank you, Chair. I noticed that one of the revenue projects is the provision of new children's 30 and 90-day bus tickets via the Moorbus app. As you will recall, we passed a motion last full council meeting regarding ensuring sufficient protections are in place for children and the use of smartphones. This is a very hot topic at the moment, and I'm contacted by a number of parents who want to preserve the ability to preserve their choice in whether they give their children smartphone access or not. Can we ensure that a conversation is happening around this between the council and Moorbus to protect parents' choices in regard to smartphones? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. If there's no more debate, I'll go to Councillor Herod.
Thank you. I think we've heard from all councillors this evening that bus services are really important, and I wholeheartedly agree. With references to those businesses in Purewell, I've actually been invited by the Chamber to go and see them on Friday, and I will be going to do so and have a chat about how parking and any potential impacts there. And I think a fair point from Councillor McCormack. Obviously, the bus company do have data about where the delays are, and we only have so much money, so they're looking for bang for buck too. As ever, and pointed out so eloquently, there is a balance to all road users. I am concerned, the 32 and 36 in my ward in particular, about subsidised bus services. Let's remember for now, this is a check on whether some are commercially viable to look at whether they can continue on without subsidy. As we've heard a few times tonight, we know local government funding is precarious. If you, as ward councillors, are concerned about the services in your wards, I'd suggest you get on board and start lobbying the government to help retain these services, or even enhance services where we can. As I understand it, to reject Section C would mean that we'd be looking at actually sending some money back to government. So, and if I've got that wrong, I apologise. I'm sure Councillor Hadley will correct me. And in the meantime, it's good to see continued investment in bus travel in general. We know our local service is bucking national trends. I've lived in Lincoln, Norwich, Bristol and Sheffield, and I can say hand on heart, our buses provide a better service than I experienced living in any of those places. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hadley, would you like to start?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, so I know that if Councillor Hannah was here, he would say similar things about Southbourne to the things that have been said about Purewell. So both those two items which did come up from the bus company have been consulted on and have generated an awful lot of interest. And I haven't seen the report yet, but I think given they are contentious, they will come to Transport Advisory Group on their way to Cabinet. And that would be a really good place, if all councillors are concerned, to have that discussion. I absolutely hear what people are saying in terms of ward councillors being consulted on all of the possible changes to routes. I think our difficulty partly is it will be a negotiation with the bus company, so it will be something that will be changing over time, because we will have to say to them, you know, is this commercially viable? Can you make this work without our subsidy? And so there's a negotiation process. So I think what I would probably favour is whether we use the tag process or whether we have an all members opportunity to look at progress at key points, to be able to engage with councillors. I absolutely get that and commit to trying to do what we can, but recognising that it is a commercially in confidence process. We'll have to do it in a closed session in some way. The issue about the Monday market being bigger than Purewell, actually one of the interesting things is that we've done a temporary bus measure at Westbourne on the Cantergates roundabout. There's barriers that reduce the lanes from 3 to 2. That's shown a 53-second improvement in transit for all traffic. So it's actually shown an improvement for people in cars getting through that junction. We had some complaints about it, but actually, you know, the metrics, the video monitoring is showing it's actually shown an improvement for all traffic. What it hasn't shown due to the technical issue is, definitively, is what it does for buses. So we've agreed to carry that trial on for a little while. I'm thinking Purewell, if the buses stop, then everything behind it is stopped, so it is creating a queue, and we have to recognise, you know, that there will be impacts on all users. I think if we should be talking in the Bus Service Quality Improvement Partnership about things like the Monday market and the impact of buses and what we know and what else can be done to improve that. And I guess in the same way that they bring things to us, we need to bring things to them if we want to see those progress. So I think that's down to perhaps bringing those issues forwards. I've talked about Councillor Tarling and the full consultation. I think it is about, you know, trying to make sure that we did walk the route in Southbourne with the ward councillors to give them the opportunity to look at the specific parking spaces that were a concern. Some of that is about particularly the disabled and people being able to get on and off the bus because the bus can't pull right into the stop because the parking is sort of extends into the clearway. And so it's about deterring, you know, getting cars far enough away from the clearway that the bus can actually get to the raised pavement to allow people with disabilities or pushchairs on. Councillor Beasley, the issues around subsidised services, yeah, it's a similar thing. As I say, it's this real balance of trying to get things that are not commercially viable but are still spending our money wisely. And that's a really difficult balance in terms of we don't want to send empty buses around. The bus company don't want to send buses that are not commercially viable around. We've got to find the sweet spot in between and try and keep the services going and understand where ward councillors and your residents are, can help us with, you know, identifying those
Are you
those
wrapping
things.
up there, Councillor?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Thank you. And so to the vote, I propose to do A and B together. Is there consensus on recommendations A and B? Any dissension? No, great, thank you. And recommendation C. Can I ask all those in favour to indicate by raising their hands? And those against? And abstentions? Thank you. So that has passed. Moving on to item 12 from the Cabinet on the 5th of March. Minute number 133, Children's Services Capital Strategy 25-26 to 27-28. Councillor Richard Burton, I understand that you will move the recommendation and that Councillor Sandra Moore will second the move.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. It's very late to be talking about children's things, isn't it? But it's a bit ironic. So this replaces the previous Children's Services Capital Programme, agreed October 21 and approved in February 22. This paper explains how we plan to manage the school estate that we're responsible for and how we're looking at investing in new provision where needed, especially the requirement around SEND. It's a complex area and it relies on many predictions. But do remember that the academies and free schools are funded through the Education and Skills Funding Agency, so maintenance work in academies are not part of this capital programme. However, the Council does fund work in academies and free schools to ensure enough suitable provision for SEND. To help with the predictions, all schools have had an updated survey within the last 5 years. Added to that, we need to predict the pupil need. We need to have a new, expanded and dedicated team in place mentioned in the paper. The capital programme is split into two. Schemes with prior approval in Appendix 1. You'll recognise some of these larger schemes that have already gone through Cabinet and Council. And new schemes requiring approval. This is what the new team is working on for the life of the strategy and individual costs of schemes to be developed in line with the timeline for relevant bid processes. We'll see the influence of the new team on the new schemes as they come through. We are also talking to Academy Trusts so that we can find innovative ways to better manage demand for alternative provision. Academy Trusts and their schools are becoming increasingly interested in developing new provision, and the team are working with them to ensure that the right provision is being planned to get the best possible outcome for our pupils. So investing in the development of special places, alternative provision and inclusion is continuing rather expanding. This is the main reason that the team have been increased. It will also highlight that the paper on climate change and in the paper on climate change and carbon reduction, the capital programme will contribute 650,000 to the Council's carbon emission reduction targets. The report also mentions sources of estimated funding. As I said, it is a lot of estimation here. We're waiting to see what the DFE might do. We're still not sure, but we are hopeful. This paper went to Children's Overview Scrutiny and to Cabinet. At Children's, the committee was interested in the belonging strategy and how it's linked to inclusion for all learners, including the most vulnerable. And this will keep as many children as possible in mainstream so that you could thrive and succeed. There was also interest in the wraparound programme, which provides childcare from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m, covering the beginning and end of the school day. That sort of demonstrates that this paper could be quite a dry paper, just looking at repairs of property, but actually it isn't. It's showing what work is being done and the interest in developing better provision for our young people. So I hope everybody can support this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Excuse me. Councillor Moore, I understand you wish to second the item.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair. I'm very happy to support this paper because I think it's all good news, particularly the new SEND schemes, which are, of course, very much needed, and very happy to second. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Members, does anybody wish to speak? No, so straight to the vote. Is there consensus on this one? Thank you. Any dissension? No. Lovely. Thank you. That one's passed. Thank you. Agenda item 13. Notices of motion in accordance with Procedure Rule 10. Rebirth of Youth Services. Councillor Peter Cooper, I call upon you to move your motion. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, the rebirth of youth services. We stand at a crossroads really for youth services. Decades of cuts, fragmentation and shifting priorities have left our young people without the support they deserve. And it's time to rebuild. History teaches us that youth work and youth services matter. The Albemarle report recognised this over 60 years ago, calling 4% of the education budget to be ring-fenced for youth services. It was an investment in young people's development beyond the classroom, a statutory commitment that worked in tandem with formal education, but today that structure has eroded. The result, a postcode lottery of provision, a growing gap between voluntary and statutory services, and a generation left behind. Let's be clear, youth work isn't just about working with young people. It's about youth development. True youth work is built on trust, voluntary engagement and participation, not just crisis intervention. But services are now so stretched that we've moved from empowerment to containment. Instead of investing in spaces where young people can thrive, we focus on damage control when it's too late. That's not just a failure of policy, it's a failure of vision. And often we youth wash our engagement. And post-COVID, the landscape has shifted again. Mental health challenges, isolation, a lot of young people are unable to connect and engage with the communities they live in. And economic pressures have made youth services more crucial than ever. Yet, this rebuilding, we've seen further cuts and lost opportunities. Example, the Erasmus Plus project from the European Social Fund, which once gave young people access to cultural exchanges and skills development across Europe, whatever class or creed that they came from. What has replaced it? Pay limitation, with fewer opportunities and less support. On top of all this, we have the negative impacts of social media in relation to the incel culture, knife crime, racism, you name it, the list goes on. These could be addressed in a non-combative environment if we were brave enough to invest in youth services. Professional youth workers positively engaging alongside peer-led discussions. If we're serious about levelling up, if we're serious about social mobility, if we're serious about opportunities for all, equal opportunities, then youth services cannot remain an afterthought. We need a long-term strategy, proper funding, and recognition of the value of both voluntary and statutory youth services and youth work, not in competition, but in collaboration. It's time for a rebirth. It's time for a rebirth of youth services, not as a luxury, but as a necessity, not as an optional extra, but as a foundation for the young people for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Do we have a seconder for this motion?
To reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. Councillor Salmon, Joe.
So yeah, I've got an amendment I'd like to propose. I think you've all seen it, and I hope you can support it, but I worry that some of you can't. And I think that's because there's a sickness in politics. Yeah? Okay, let's see how we do, yeah? Because I worry there are some people in this chamber who are here not because of the quality of their character or their ability as organisers, but because of their colour of the rosettes. And I worry that those people are unable to see any injustice when that's carried out by the political party of their choice. Now, if somebody walks into my home and wallops one of my kids, I don't need to check what their political affiliation is before I decide whether or not I'm upset by that or offended by it. And at the moment, unamended, I feel this motion does nothing but ask that we somehow transform children's services through sheer belief in Labour's policy. Now, I am speaking...
Councillor Farquhar.
Chair, I'm not too sure, because if we're going to enter into a debate, but then we're going to argue the point for actually accepting an amendment, to actually have the chamber accept an amendment, it has already been accepted. I mean, if we're going to enter into debate, then let's enter into debate on the substantive. But essentially, one of the members here is speaking to the original unamended motion of that was put before council. The amendment has been accepted. I think we're wasting time in this particular chamber when we can get on to discuss the substantive.
I think it is...
Councillor Salmon, if you give me a moment. Councillor Farquhar, in answer to your point, it hasn't formally been accepted yet in council, so that's why I've allowed Councillor Salmon to speak on.
Can I just clarification on that? Once the motion's moved, don't you have to ask whether the mover and seconder accept it or not?
That is the process. So once Joe has, Councillor Salmon has finished speaking, I will then go to the proposer and seconder and see if they agree.
Oh, okay. So we can change our mind about accepting it if he insults us. Is that right? Thank you. Thank you for letting us know.
If you are so minded. Councillor Salmon, please.
I'm going to be completely honest. I do not feel my job here is to make Labour councillors feel comfortable about their motion today. If I was honest, my worry about this motion is that it is a...
Councillor Salmon, I'm sorry, Councillor Farquhar, is this a point of order?
Yes, it's a point of order of respect, members, in this particular chamber. When you start...
Can you tell me the section, please?
It is actually in the Code of Conduct of Public Life.
I'm afraid I can't
what all
accept
members are expected to do. When you start doing political attacks against political
Councillor
groups,
Farquhar, please.
then I don't think that's really
Councillor
acceptable,
Farquhar,
Chair.
please sit down. I can't accept the point of order without the correct procedure. Councillor Salmon.
So, I will try and continue. I've proposed this amendment because my worry is, unamended, this motion only looks to convince other people, maybe even themselves, that the Labour group care about the well-being and the future of young people in this country. Something I find utterly absurd to ask us to do when we are finding out that this government is about to strip support from young people leaving care. The heaviest burdens should fall on those with the broadest shoulders. I find that utterly ridiculous to believe that that is what's being done at the moment. Instead, we're seeing the heaviest burdens fall on those who don't even have a family to support them. Unamended, this motion asks that children's services are improved through just sheer faith in Labour's plan, without challenging a Labour government that is currently stripping funding away from youth services, without challenging them to not just make empty words and gestures and promises, challenges them to actually invest in young people. At the moment, my worry about this motion is that it is filled with the same empty, insincere promises we've seen for generations that are made to young people, the insincere promises and good intentions that pave the way to what is essentially a modern nightmare for young people in this country. I think it's important that this motion is amended and challenges the Labour government to step up in that way. And I was amazed that the Labour group accepted it, because they do not seem willing, Labour activists never seem willing, to hold their own government to account now they're in power. Anyway, that's what I wanted to say. I'm sorry I'm not eloquent. I'm not trying to win any friends. I just wanted to speak my mind.
Thank you, Councillor.
It makes me angry the way we treat young people, and we shouldn't pretend we're doing anything for them with this motion.
Thank you, Councillor. Can I ask Councillor Cooper if you accept the amendment?
Point of order, Chair. I think the amendment needs to be seconded.
Councillor Salmon, do you have a seconder for this? Councillor Armstrong, thank you.
Now you can ask, I think, Councillor Cooper.
Councillor Cooper, do you accept this amendment?
Yeah.
And Councillor Canavan? And Councillor Canavan?
Thank you, Chair. For those who didn't hear it the first time, this amendment was accepted. And if anybody saw the email from Councillor Salmon...
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor, Thank you. You've accepted it. Thank you. That's
I reserve my right to speak. I'm seconding.
Yes, we haven't got to that.
Can I carry on?
No, I need to ask Council whether they were happy to accept.
We have accepted the amendment.
You have, the full Council haven't.
Oh, for God's sake.
Can you take your microphone off, please?
Does the full council accept?
Does the full Council accept the amendment? Thank you.
Then you go to open amended motion.
And now we'll open debate on the amended motion. Does anyone wish to speak?
1, 2, 3.
Yeah. Councillor Holman.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And I want to thank Councillor Cooper. I love this motion. It's exactly why I'm standing here as a councillor today, because like you and many others in this room, I really care what our young people think. And I believe our young people deserve, as is promised in the National Youth Strategy, a meaningful seat at the table. My journey to becoming a councillor began in my local youth club. Wednesday evenings were the highlight of my week. I was surrounded by an exuberant bunch of 12 to 14-year-olds who were giddy with the excitement of not being in school and not being at home. Youth club was a safe place for the young people to talk or just be with adults and their peers, where respect was shown and time and space were given. The volunteers who worked alongside me were some of the most selfless, community-minded and kind people I have ever met. In order to start as we mean to go on, the motion calls for Council to publicise the government's national survey, which asks young people to respond by the 9th of April. I would like to call on all councillors here to take up that responsibility and make sure that you publicise the survey on your social media channels and within your communities. I want to see empowered young people helping to shape local policies which will happen when they are part of the conversation and are able to share their lived experience, needs and aspirations. We need to hear what those young people think. And I know many of my colleagues are already doing great work listening to young voices, and I want to give a shout out to councillors Olivia Brown, Rich Herrett and Dave Martin, who already regularly go into schools in their wards to engage with young voices, and they've started that much needed process of demystifying local government, showing young people why their voices should be heard and how they can be heard. I'm pleased that the amendment has been accepted because I agree with Councillor Salmon. We all know that the big elephant in the room is the issue of funding. To be successful, the government need to put their money where their mouth is and ensure this strategy is adequately funded. Without that, our hands are tied.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Gillett.
Yeah, I'd like to thank Councillor Cooper for bringing this forward. There's just one point that I feel does need to be made, and that is that in new point 5 it says that government investment is the only way to secure meaningful improvements. And working with a number of youth groups, I know that there are a lot of different ways that you get meaningful improvements. There's been a shift of volunteers since the age of retirement has increased, so you don't get those people coming through. That has had an impact on the youth groups. There is also a lot of work that can be done with the SEND sort of programs that are out there as well. There was an incident in the last couple of weeks in a youth group over in West Howe, where one of the volunteers was kicked last week and this week was spat at and bitten. The resolution of all of that was not to provide the club with more money, but to work with the SEND programme that these children were on in order to get those improvements. So I do have just a slight query about whether additional investment is the only way to improve the youth clubs. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Trent.
Thank you, Chair. I have to say, I thoroughly welcome this motion and even the amendment for all its sort of attacking sort of language, because going back to 2010, we actually had a situation where a predecessor council to BCP consulted the public on what services they value and which ones they would most like to wave goodbye to. And the one that they would most like to wave goodbye to was youth services, which to its credit, if that's what you can call it, the council acted upon. But we've had serious problems with youth services, and it's been going downhill, and it does need a government to support it. It also needs a little bit of joined up thinking, because youth services in isolation is just part of the big picture. 10 years ago, in fact in the year or two immediately when I for a short while ceased to be a councillor, I was chair of a sort of a community scrutiny of children's services and facilities for young mothers and things like that. And it was quite obvious that it needed a lot more support very early on. So we do need to support our young people basically from birth to, you know, setting out in the world of work, because we have got problems. And I do welcome any move to improve this situation. The other point, and you know, we heard mention of youth clubs. I was chair of one for a while, which has unfortunately folded. But one of the problems they had was that it was relatively easy to get a one-off grant of money for equipment and such like. What was almost impossible to get hold of was grants that enabled you to keep going. And I think that is where actually having a proper supportive youth services does help. So I welcome this, and I really look forward to the government's report, which is supposed to be coming out later on this summer, into that. And I hope that there is a lot of joining up the bits and pieces, because I did hear mention, I don't know whether I misheard it, that they were talking about removing music and drama from what schools are compelled to teach, and that I think would be a backward move. So I really hope that we can actually start taking youth seriously and start to formulate a way forward, obviously with the funding to help make it happen. So I welcome.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Burton.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think I got slightly blown off course here, because I've also had an amendment for this motion. I was rather hoping to get it in quite quickly before the debate started, but I'll do it now. I sent it out to everybody early on today, and I spoke to both the proposer and seconder, who are all happy with it. It's quite a short amendment, which I have just lost because I've just touched my computer and shut it down. Hang on a minute. I think you've just had it sent out to everybody again. So it's a very short amendment. I just wanted to add to Resolution B, when the government's national strategy is published and resources are clarified. I put the amendment in purely because I just wanted this. I mean, I'm very supportive of this, I would hasten to add, and I want to see this motion succeed. I just wanted to make sure that everything was in the right order. But when the national strategy is published, we'll have the young person survey will be part of that. And then we can use that as a rebirth of youth services. And we'll also understand what resources have been given to it and where it will land, so whether it will be within children's services, but of course it might also sit within communities. So that's what the amendment's there for. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Do you have a seconder for your amendment? Thank you, Councillor Moore. Councillor Cooper, are you happy to accept that amendment?
Yes, of course, we've spoken.
And Councillor Canavan. Thank you. Council, are we happy to accept that amendment? Thank you. Is there any debate on the now substantive? Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to acknowledge you all and say thank you for accepting Councillor Salmon's amendment. I wanted to highlight as well the funding cuts to youth services that have amounted to a 73% decline in spending by local authorities on youth services, amounting to over £1 billion
in real terms that has led to the closure of thousands of youth clubs and support centres across this country. I work for a youth organisation. I'm really proud to work with young people every day in the week. But I'd see more and more the struggles that they are facing, particularly young people that are leaving care and young people that do not fit into the normal sort of criteria for claiming universal credit, especially young people that are under the age of 22 and have disabilities. So although I acknowledge the Labour colleagues for bringing this motion, I would also urge you to be campaigning government and speaking to your MPs and try, because there really is a lot more that we need to be doing. And I find it incomprehensible that these cuts are being made and young people are on the brunt of them, and they're coming through your government. So that's what I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Brown.
As a member of Children's Services Committee, a corporate parent, a teacher and a mother of a soon-to-be teenager, I fully support this motion, and I echo the vital points raised regarding the need for a strong, well-funded and youth-focused provision in our community. I'm passionate about youth voice, and myself and Councillor Herritt, as mentioned earlier, frequently conduct youth surgeries in our local secondary school. Indeed, one of the reasons I became a councillor was to ensure that I could champion youth voice and work towards improving provision for children and young people in BCP. Whilst I agree there needs to be improvements, I would like to acknowledge and thank the amazing youth clubs, volunteers that we do have, and mention how well served our MYPs are by this council. Having said this, the issues outlined in the motion, such as the reduction in local authority spending, are deeply concerning. Our young people deserve better access to services, facilities and opportunities that help shape their future. This motion rightly highlights the importance of listening to youth voices, again something that Councillor Herritt and I did today when working with secondary school children in our ward on the 20-mile-an-hour survey, which Councillor Adams, the majority of them, really approved of. It's important to note that the role of local authorities is not the only factor at play in developing a strategic plan, and that's where I agree with Councillor Salmon. We can advocate for meaningful change at local level, but without central government backing, the progress we seek will remain limited. I believe the Council should move forward with this, but also continue to press central government at every opportunity to make the necessary investments in youth services, ensuring youth voice is truly at the forefront of all the decision-making at these levels.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Farquhar.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much to Councillor Burton for a well thought out, constructive and well delivered amendment that was supportive of the purpose of highlighting this issue that we have across the country. Others have spoken about the funding, etc., and said, well, let's lay it at the doors of the Labour Party because it's happening on our watch. That seems to be a very short memory. I only have a memory of this chamber since 2019. There's others in this chamber that have got a lot longer memories with the preceding authorities. I'm very supportive of the feedback that we've got, and I'm so very pleased that we have members in this chamber that are actively working with our youth groups, and we've got a wide range of experience of work and effort in other areas which has involved children than being in this chamber. So I'm glad to see that, and I'm very glad that as Mayor I was approached to involve and demystify was the word which I had for the political process, to get that engagement which is so important, rather than talking about people wandering into houses and beating up children, which kind of lost me entirely. But more to the point, we do have something to do. We do have something more that we can do here while we're waiting for the confirmation of the funding, which is supposed to be coming. And that is that when we invite children in, for whatever reason, we should be able to use this chamber for mock debates and for actually demystifying the political process. Because if they wish to be engaged, this is the room that's to be in. And we need to look, as a local authority, to why we say that we can't use this room, this chamber that we're sat in just now, to actually have that demystifying process going on. So I would challenge us to make sure that if we get told that we can't use this room for youth that we've invited into this chamber or we've invited into this building to demystify, then we have to challenge that decision and make sure that it continues unabated when the room is actually available. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Aikenhead.
Thank you. So this is just such an important subject, and I really don't think there's anyone here who really disagrees with what this motion says. And I think you can see that by the fact that we've had suggestions from different parties how we can change the motion. We've come together, and I think that the motion is stronger for the fact that other people have contributed with amendments. I think this sort of working together is the example that we need to give. We're talking about young people. Maybe there are some young people watching us as we debate this in the council. And so I really feel the need to urge that we think about how we debate. It's good to have political debate. It's good to have disagreement. It's good for people to criticise the government. Yes, they're my party, but it's good to hear people having different opinions and voicing those opinions, because that is democracy. But please, can I urge councillors to do it with respect, not personal insults, not blaming people for things, but keep it to the policy. And I would suggest any councillor who doesn't feel confident in writing a good political speech that doesn't insult people maybe should talk to their party colleagues and get advice from them. Thank you.
Councillor Tarling, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, and I thank Councillor Ria Brown for what she's just said, and remind councillors, I think everybody's got an invite on Saturday to the Youth Voice celebration that's going on, and just encourage, I'm going to make my best efforts to get there on Saturday, and just encourage everybody to go along, and those that maybe haven't been very engaged with young people to go along and find out more about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Can I just remind members that we expect the highest standards of conduct during our meeting, and we should treat one another with courtesy and consideration. Councillor Salmon. Joseph.
So, I like the motion amended. I think it's important it has been amended to bring it back to earth, to make it more practical. And I'm sorry if maybe some councillors didn't understand all of the points I was looking to make. I'm not the best public speaker, and I do find it somewhat difficult when I'm interrupted. But I think it's really important to stress the crisis that young people face in this country right now, and how urgent that situation is. And we cannot pretend that good intentions alone are going to fix this problem. And my worry was, unamended, that is all this motion had, good intentions, because we've seen generation after generation of politics that is just, if you just have total unquestioning faith in our government, we will deliver. As long as you follow what our dear leader says, no matter who ridiculous that dear leader is, mate, people even let Liz Truss have a go, and we were meant to just trust and things will get better. And now we're being told, just trust in Keir Starmer and things will get better. If we are serious about doing things for young people, I think we need to focus on the young people who are the most vulnerable. And I hope that this strategy doesn't overlook the young people who have been overlooked in this budget, the young people who've spent time in care. I'd say from my personal experience, my peer group, that's how many of my peer group grew up. Many of the people I grew up with, they grew up in care, they had children, they saw those children taken into care. I, two adopted children, obviously spent a great deal of time in care. And I am shaking with rage that we are pretending, much as I like this motion, this is like trying to fill the ocean with a teaspoon. We need to do much, much more. And I wish this motion was more ambitious. I like it as it is. I'm glad we've put some practical, grounded in reality, talking about funding. And I think that challenge needs to go to government and it needs to come from the council, but it should also come from those of us who've maybe got the ears of more powerful people who don't bother turning up to this chamber particularly often, don't bother dealing with us, dealing with our communities, talk over us too often. Oh, I'm knocked off about the whole thing, if I'm honest. Anyway, I'll pipe down. Thank you for not interrupting.
Thank you, Councillor. Does anybody else wish to speak before I go to Councillor Canavan? No, Councillor Canavan.
Yes, I just wondered how many times you're going to allow Councillor Salmon to speak, you know, but there we go. If anybody saw the email that he sent, he said he wasn't going to make any political points. Well, that didn't last very long, did it? So just anybody who's still confused, we have accepted both amendments. This is now the substantive motion that I am speaking to, which incorporates all of those amendments. So the issue of youth services and their demise has been mentioned in this chamber and elsewhere previously. My colleague Councillor Cooper is able to talk from first hand about his experience about what the service used to look like, but of course we have collectively seen its decline. We know that local authority spending on youth provision, as Councillor Armstrong has mentioned, has reduced by 73% since 2010. And it's just a reflection of the impact of austerity and the pressures that have been placed on local authority funding over time. So the availability of youth services can have a significant impact on the lives of young people. And it's for that very reason that the government have launched the National Youth Strategy, which will prioritise delivering better coordinated youth services at a both local, regional and national level. And as part of that approach, the government is seeking to hear the voices of young people to give them a genuine opportunity to help make the policies that affect their lives. So the government has indicated that they are also launching the Young Futures Hubs as part of the National Youth Strategy, and that these will be placed in local communities to improve the way that young people access opportunities, and that consultation will also allow young people to help shape what these look like. And it is important to welcome the contribution that we have seen locally from Youth Parliament, schools, youth clubs and other organisations that seek to promote the ideas and views of young people. But we need to go further and we need to go faster with this. So it's right to draw attention to the funding, but just to point out that as part of this strategy, the government has committed to an initial £85 million and a further £100 million from the Dormant Asset Scheme as part of their commitment to improving youth outcomes. So thank you. I hope you support this amendment, but it is important, Chair, that we work collectively, that we don't become involved in a to and fro with government about whose responsibility it is. Government has to put up money, we have to do the work on the ground. It's a collaborative effort, so let's get behind it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Just to reassure members, nobody has spoken, we'll check with the monitoring officer, outside of the boundaries of what they're allowed to speak. Councillor Cooper, do you want to sum up?
I'd love to. Thank you for saying what you said, everybody. I'm going to be a bit subjective here. I've done youth work for nearly 40 years now. I've worked under the Margaret Thatcher government, setting up youth centres with volunteers where there was no money. I've set up children's playgroups and creches when I was a mature student and there was no provision. I've worked under Tony Blair, where Gordon Brown snuck up through the back door and put up £250,000 forward for the development of the United Kingdom Youth Parliament. I set up a charity in Cornwall working with survivors of children and young people of sexual, physical and emotional abuse. The most difficult end of the work. I've set up the social forums for young people in care here in Poole and Bournemouth, or it was Poole in the first instance. I've set up forums in neighbourhoods of young people, of children and families and adults, despite who's in power, despite who's holding the purse strings, but energising myself with a passion for children and young people and their families and their development in a class system which crushes us no matter who's in power. And animating people in communities to think we can make a difference. We can make a difference. When we unite, we put some of our political BS to one side, and we say, I might not like your political beliefs, but I think together, despite what's going on up there, we can work together to make a difference for a child who hasn't got any friends, who has come out of care, who might be homeless, who's a victim of domestic violence, who has witnessed all this sort of stuff. This is in my very being. And to be insulted in this chamber, and I will look at you, to be insulted in this chamber, insulted personally, which I've taken it, this is the second or third time you've done it, you know, shoving us all in the same bag, we're all Labour. Keir Starmer does not speak for me. My heart and my belief speaks for me. I have been in and out of political parties all my life. I'm not sure where I'm going to be in 5 years' time. Okay, so we have to get together. We have to build the foundations. If we were building a house, if you see youth work as a house, we have got to get together. We've got to put shovels in the ground. We've got to dig the foundations. We've got to sod up what's going on up there, lay the foundations, build it and build it. And what's the film? Build it and they will come. We need to balance the relationship between the voluntary sector and the statutory sector. Again, we need in youth centres and places 3 generations working with young people and volunteers. We need old people. We need young people. We need them all. So let's hope that we have a passion for this, to bring pressure to bear on central government, to bring pressure to bear on ourselves. I am going to shut up, but Mr. Hadley got 32 seconds over. Right? And he was talking about potholes. Right? I'm talking about young children, young people and our families and the future and the work that we have to do in this chamber to lay things that people can inherit when we're all gone. So that's all. I'm going to stop now. But thank you for your support, if you support it. And let's hope we do some good for children, young people and their families. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there consensus on this item? Any dissension? Okay, thank you. That's passed. Moving swiftly on, item 14, questions from councillors. We have 9 questions from 8 councillors this evening. Supplementary questions are available for councillors to respond directly to the reply the portfolio holder or chair has afforded them, but these questions must indeed questions, not statements, and emanate from the reply just given. I will stop any further dialogue if it does not bring further clarity directly to the issue or does not relate to the subject matter of the original question. In addition, as previously agreed by the Council, the time limit for asking and responding to a question is 3 minutes. Councillor Howe, I understand that you have a question to put to the portfolio holder for Transformation, Resources and Governance, Councillor Jeff Hanna, on office emails. I invite you to ask your question.
Okay, I must get full marks for brevity at least. Does the Council have in place robust policies that prohibit the deliberate deletion of emails by officers and technical measures that maintain the integrity of data within officer email accounts so that emails cannot disappear?
I invite Councillor Earl, Leader of the Council, to respond to the question on behalf of the portfolio holder.
Thank you. Technical measures have been implemented to maintain the integrity of data within officer and member official mailboxes, ensuring that emails cannot disappear. This includes archiving all council emails, which makes them available for 5 years, regardless of whether they have been deleted from an individual's mailbox or if the individual leaves the organisation. They're going to all wish they hadn't left now with that information.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Howard, do you have a supplementary question?
Thank you. Just to say, so you agree that it shouldn't be possible for emails to disappear and not be locatable?
I don't think it's a matter of opinion. I think it's a matter of fact that that is the way the system works, and that it archives the information and makes it available for access throughout the council systems. Just it doesn't allow them to disappear forever.
Thank you.
Councillor Broadhead submitted a question to put to the portfolio holder for Transformation, Resources and Governance, Councillor Jeff Hanna, on remote working. Councillor Broadhead is unable to attend this evening, and the question will be read out by Councillor Beasley on his behalf.
Thank you, Chair. I understand I'm not allowed to ask a supplementary in Councillor Broadhead's absence, but I would ask, please, that the response that's given to the question is emailed both to Councillor Broadhead and to myself, please. So Councillor Broadhead's question is, whilst remote working has its place and can sometimes help to balance work and family life, there's equally a growing body of evidence that for many roles, productivity is greatest when people work from the office. This is especially important in many council roles, particularly those involving interactions with our residents. Lib Dem-run Somerset Council recently admitted that they have 5 staff members based overseas, including, inexplicably, 2 working in social care. Can the Cabinet member confirm if BCP has any staff members working from overseas? Additionally, can you confirm what rough percentage of staff are not based in the office full-time? Finally, can you confirm how many staff are not required to come into the office or equivalent place of work at all, and are therefore fully home-based? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Our records show that there aren't any BCP Council colleagues with a non-UK address. We do know that both colleagues and councillors may carry out work from time to time whilst abroad, and this can be as little as accessing emails whilst on holiday. We have, however, received a sporadic number of requests from colleagues wishing to work abroad temporarily, which was particularly heightened around the time of COVID, and I believe that some of the requests have been agreed subject to certain conditions only on a temporary basis and for very specific personal reasons. Our 2023 staff engagement survey had 2,500 responses, which is a 50% response rate, or just over. We know that the majority of those responding are in-office or desk-based roles, and of those who responded, 70% said that they worked in a hybrid way, with a range of colleagues working remotely for different proportions of time. None of our colleagues, unless agreed through a reasonable adjustment resulting from a disability, are considered to be fully home-based. All colleagues are required to attend one of the council sites as required, either to meet with their manager or teams as needed. This data set will be updated shortly, as in April we will release our full 2025 engagement survey, where we'll seek the same information. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Trent, I understand that you have a question to put to the portfolio holder for Destination Leisure and Commercial Operations, Councillor Richard Herritt, on remembrance events.
Yeah, thank you. Last year, following some concerns expressed by local people and organisations, Poole Charter trustees, and certain charter trustees in particular, put a lot of time and effort to make sure that the town adequately marked the 80th anniversary of D-Day, in which Poole played an important part as one of the 3 big embarkation ports. Thankfully, Christchurch Town Council was able to share the national guidelines for this anniversary, which I believe did not reach BCP, and we were able to mark the event in a proper way. We were told last autumn following the opinion of the King's Council, who looked into the rights and roles of charter trustees, such matters are not within the remit of the charter trustees to organise or finance events that are not directly linked to the town's morality. And we are told these remembrance events are the responsibility of BCP rather than the charter trustees. With that in mind, and following representations made to individual charter trustees and the Mayor of Poole from key organisations, what are the plans in place by BCP involving the constituent towns to mark the 80th anniversary of VE Day in May and VJ Day in August? These are two important and significant events, and probably the last landmark anniversary for which there will be those who went through it as adults and participants will be around to celebrate the ending of these historic wars. I want to draw particular attention to the second of these events, VJ Day, as it was a Poole councillor who sadly died in civic office, who served in the Far East and was a key part of the campaign to remember those who served in the Far East and not just those who served in Europe. He was instrumental in the campaign that led ultimately to the Burma Star Memorial in Poole Park. I appreciate that there are issues with the funding, anything extra through BCP Council, with the enormous pressures on its finance from statutory services, but I believe that we should make sure that we mark this important anniversary year in a manner which befits its significance to help the situation, knowing that the two charter trusts cannot step in without being declared ultra-virus. Could we look into possibilities that some of the unspent ward improvement monies from around BCP could be used as and where required to ensure we mark these important anniversaries properly?
Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Councillor Trent, for the question. BCP Council are arranging a beacon lighting outside the Civic Centre for VE Day on 8th of May, and we are aware that Christchurch Town Council are putting on an event at Christchurch Quay. We have had discussions with voluntary groups to understand if any of the community are planning any events across other areas for either anniversary. We will support organisers should any applications come in as normal. The government have issued street party guidance to councils. We have received 20 applications from communities across the area. Due to the lead time, the deadline for those has already passed. The respective civic mayors will be advised of events being held by community groups, organisations and residents within their areas. And if any formal commemorative events are held by local branches of the Royal British Legion, the mayor will be represented accordingly. BCP Council did receive an invitation to attend a VE Day commemorative event in Cherbourg, and the current mayor and sheriff of Poole will be attending in their dual-hatted capacity. There may be opportunities for prospective town and parish councils to hold commemorative events specific to their communities in the future. As the local authority, the BCP-wide event will be held at the BCP Civic Centre, for which invites will be going out to appropriate people in due course.
Councillor Trent, do you have a supplementary question?
I would, but it's rather late. The supplementary is actually, is there anything specifically for VE Day planned for Poole, as it's quite a significant part, and it's the British Legion in Poole that has been sort of some of the most vocal people in it, and also VJ Day, especially as Poole has got the Burma Memorial.
Due to the restraints around the Charter Trustees and the local authority, if you would like to organise an event in Poole, you are welcome to do so, but we are not in a position to fund that from this point, but the events team remain ever supportive and I'm sure will be helpful.
Thank you, councillors. Councillor Sarah Armstrong, I understand that you have a question to put to the Leader of the Council, Councillor Millie Earle, on the East Cliff and Springbourne Neighbourhood Plan.
I do have a question. Thank you, Chair. Can the Leader of the Council provide an update on the position concerning the East Cliff and Springbourne Neighbourhood Plan following the threat of an application of judicial review made by Andrew Emery, an ex-employee of BCP Council, at a Cabinet meeting on the 10th of December last year? Can she also clarify why 2 BCP consultation flyers for a neighbourhood plan area devoted only to the East Cliff area were placed on a lamppost in Manor Road this month as part of the Council's consultation process, without an accompanying flyer relating to the much more representative and inclusive Eastcliff and Springbourne application. Residents are clearly confused about these two competing applications, and promoting just one of these applications is adding to that confusion and exclusion. It's not just one lamppost, actually.
Leader, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Armstrong. The Eastcliff and Springbourne Neighbourhood Forum and the Area Designation Consultation closes on the 7th of April 2025. The Council will consider the representations received and a report will be brought to Cabinet later this year. In respect of the question about flyers, in addition to publishing the proposed designations for both Eastcliff and Springbourne on the Council's website, the local planning authority can choose other methods of bringing the consultations to the attention of people who live, work or carry out business in the proposed neighbourhood areas. Posters have been displayed in approximately 28 public locations, carefully chosen across both areas to highlight that there are two consultations and directing people to view the application documents and complete the survey via the dedicated Have Your Say webpage. In terms of Manor Road, Eastcliff and Springbourne posters were put up in two locations in the road, at the junction with East Overcliff Drive and also at the junction with Grove Road. Eastcliff posters, not with Springbourne, were put up in Manor Road, but just at the junction with Derby Road or Derby Road. So I hope that explains the situation. Thank you.
Do you have a supplementary question, Councillor Armstrong? Okay. Councillor Toby Slade, I understand that you have a question to put to the portfolio holder for Custom Communications and Culture, Councillor Andy Martin, on customer services.
Thank you, Chair. Desmond Tutu said, there comes a time when we need to stop just pulling people out the river. We need to go upstream and find out why they're falling in. Effective communication is fundamental to the success of any organisation, whether in the private or public sector. Clear, timely and responsive communication creates trust, ensures accountability and improves outcomes for residents. However, communication within this authority is falling short, and I'm not the first to raise this. On many occasions, my emails and communications to officers and directors have gone unanswered, and I know from speaking to residents that they have and do experience the same. At a recent Children's ONS meeting, I learned that poor communication was the #1 complaint for families engaging with council services. Why is communication across the council at all levels so poor? What is being done to address this failing? Residents, councillors and businesses deserve clear, timely and responsive engagement from their local authority, and something needs to change. Will this authority commit to review and practical and tangible actions to improve communication across the authority? I do take the opportunity to acknowledge Democratic Services. Collectively, their responses have set an example that should be followed across the organisation.
Councillor Martin.
Thank you for your question, Toby. The interesting cultural reference, Desmond Tutu, and your perspective on comms. After spending the last 40 years in regional news and magazine publishing and the past 14 in defence and military strategic communications environment, indeed last week in Tbilisi in Georgia, I would obviously completely agree with you about the critical nature of communication. However, I do not accept your characterisation of BCP comms. I cannot recall any time where I have not had a response from a senior officer or a senior or otherwise officer on anything I've raised in the last 2.5 years. Officers have been instructed and reminded to engage with ward members whenever issues are raised affecting a specific ward issue, and I've always found them to be helpful and responsive. Councillors can also use the councillor.inquiry email if they need a faster response. I have used this on occasion and have always found a good and timely response, usually within 48 hours. BCP Council is, of course, a large and complex organisation. Some inquiries contain questions that go across multiple service areas or require the input of several officers, and this can sometimes cause uncertainty as to who is collating a response. Your question seems to be based on your experience as a new member and on some unspecified generic comments from residents. Therefore, I offer my own example from last Thursday around a long-running planning problem in my own ward. The ongoing communications from the planning officer prompted this response from a large group of residents who wrote, "Thank you again for all your amazing work and keeping us informed. We really appreciate this. We have a highly skilled comms team who manage our corporate and community comms with great professionalism, and I can tell you that working across a number of newspapers and websites currently and in the past, they rank extremely highly. I'll be very happy to provide you with a detailed data analytics breakdown of their press and social media activity in the past few months. On the Children's Services reference, yes, it was around communications, but that it is no longer the number one issue. That has been about EHC provision. So I just wanted to clarify that. Thousands of residents and stakeholders are successfully communicated and interacted with every week. And in terms of customer, our contact centre telephony, which is used more widely than corporate customer services alone, is 2,660 daily. And that is just phone calls, not including emails or direct calls to officers. And the customer experience in terms of service and comms is constantly under review. And a really good example of that is the Blue Badge system, where we're now under 6 weeks. And we're currently drafting a customer charter as part of the customer and digital strategy. I think we can both agree that trust, truth, openness and transparency are also critical to communications. Finally, I have my own cultural reference from the legendary CNN anchor Larry King, who said, I remind myself every morning that nothing I say this day will teach me anything. So if I'm going to learn, I must do it by listening. So in that spirit and the vast nature of the comms issue, I will be sure to share observations and will be very happy to meet you to discuss particular concerns, examples and ideas. Thank you.
Do you have a supplementary question, Councillor Slade?
The question's answered. It was going to be, would you afford me the time to show you the 3 emails to directors that haven't been replied to and at least 4 from officers that haven't been replied to in probably the last 2 weeks?
Okay, so as I said, I'm happy to meet and go through this with you, yeah? Thank you.
Councillor Joe Salmon, I understand that you have a question to put to the portfolio holder for climate response, environment and energy, Councillor Andy Hadley, on the support of cycling to schools.
Yeah, that's correct. So given the most important group to get cycling and to reduce car usage on the school run is children travelling to school, why is the council not doing more to support this by working directly with schools to identify key routes for bike buses and prioritising cycling improvements along these routes? The council has access to the school admissions data, road traffic collision statistics, and tools like the propensity to cycle tool. Could this data not be used in collaboration with schools to determine the best and safest routes for children to cycle? If bureaucratic barriers such as GDPR concerns are preventing this, what solutions could be explored to overcome them? A more joined-up approach where the council works with schools and parent groups to plan infrastructure improvements in tandem with identified routes would provide targeted support for children cycling to school. Why isn't the council adopting this approach instead of building new cycle lanes seemingly at random? The council must do better on this urgent issue where progress is happening far too slowly.
I understand it's Councillor Herritt who will be answering this question.
Yeah, my turn to answer all the questions this time round. The Council is already working with most of our 98 schools to identify and break down the barriers that prevent school children and their parents from walking, scooting and cycling to school. Just this month, the Council coordinated an engagement session at Christchurch Junior School to listen to the views of children, parents and residents that live in the vicinity of the schools in that area. Coincidentally, this school also has a volunteer-led bike bus. The Council has a long track record of working with schools to identify infrastructure to help enable active travel to and from them, including the installation of crossing facilities, removal of physical barriers and path improvements, as well as funding facilities within the schools themselves to securely store scooters and bicycles. More recently, the Council has also been rolling out a successful programme of school streets, which encourages and enables more children to walk, scoot and cycle to school. The Council has a STEPS programme, which teaches school children at the curbside how to walk to and from school more safely. It also provides bikeability training so that children can learn to ride a bike competently on the roads, and through our Bike It programme has even provided refurbished bikes to school children that due to personal circumstances could not afford one. Regarding the analysis of data, the Sustainable Travel team work with the schools to postcode plot where pupils are travelling from in order to help plan routes to schools, identifying where improvements are needed. This data is used to help inform where resource is best placed to increase sustainable travel to schools. Officers also make frequent use of road collision data and the propensity to cycle school tool to help focus our limited funding where it is likely to have the biggest positive impact. The Council is building cycle lanes along routes that connect homes to places of education and work and has been praised recently by schools in the vicinity of new infrastructure. Many of these schools have upgraded facilities on site to accommodate more bicycles and scooters, and this has been reinforced by our Bike It officers from Sustrans going into the schools to get the children excited about cycling and scooting and to encourage increased use of the new, safer facilities. I don't disagree that we could and need to do more, but I'm assured that the resource available is being put to best use and that when any funding opportunities arise, the officers are well placed to seize them in order to deliver more. Officers have advised they're more than happy to engage with Councillor Salmon regarding any supplementary queries.
Councillor Salmon, do you have a supplementary question?
Yeah, so maybe I've been barking up the wrong tree because I've not been coming to you, but what I really want is that data then, because I've got groups who would like to talk about setting up bike buses and all of that, and they're not sure what routes, what times, all of that. If that data exists, brilliant, let's talk, let's make that happen. Sorry, that's, can we? I said can we before I said all that, obviously.
I probably can't answer that as a technical question, but the officers certainly would be glad to.
Councillor Kate Salmon, I understand that you have a question to put to the portfolio holder of Destination Leisure and Commercial Operations, Councillor Richard Herritt, on plant-based food in council-run catering outlets.
Yes, I do. Thank you, Chair. Sorry, Rich, you're getting a lot of questions. At our last meeting on the 25th of February, and in response to a public question, Councillor Herritt advised the Chamber that the offering across council-run catering outlets on the seafront this year would include an increase in plant-based products. Could he please provide some more specific information about this? How many menu items across council-run outlets were plant-based in 2024-25, and what proportion of the total offering did this represent? And how many will be plant-based in 2025-26, and what proportion of the total offering will this represent? Thank you.
So individual lines have been hard to count in the timescale involved, but the seafront catering outlets represent the largest of our catering offering, and approximately 20% of this menu is plant-based across the two principal catering outlets. We are still looking to increase this, although we are limited at this time by supplier and procurement considerations, so cannot confirm a final percentage for the coming year yet, where the core business is obviously done through the summer months. As I also stated in that answer, we need to actually make our vegan options tempting and tasty to increase sales in this area, for me a far better measure of success, but also much harder to achieve, especially when we're looking to take people with us. Looking at how we introduce those options in a sustainable way to ensure we remain commercially competitive without overburdening a menu is much more complex than most people would think. I continue to challenge the catering team to find and trial vegan alternatives. I, for one, would love to see a vegan soft-serve ice cream as an option. I know it's out there on the market and is genuinely indistinguishable from the real thing. This singular item, though, does demonstrate the challenges around plant-based provision. It includes a large amount of coconut oil, is more expensive to buy in, but also does offer some efficiency in machine maintenance. But the improvements of not using dairy, but is also ultra-processed. So it's a product that some consumers are now seeking to avoid. Making sure it doesn't compromise commerciality, as well as satisfying procurement rules and supply constraints, also obviously completes that challenge. We also have internal offerings across some of our leisure sites at Queen's Park and Upton Country Park, where menu offerings are 23% plant-based and 20% respectively. As with all catering sites, as noted, we need to balance our menu offering with demand, and officers will use sales and consumer data to do this to inform menu changes. We continue to monitor this and engage with our suppliers to meet new demand and to understand current trends and availability of plant-based products.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, only just because it is very late and I am very tired. Would you mind sending me your answer written down so I can read it when I'm more awake?
Absolutely.
Thanks.
Councillor Canavan, I understand that you have a question to put to the lead member for local plan delivery, Councillor Margaret Phipps, on the local plan and the need to build more homes.
Thank you, Chair. Given the rejection by the planning inspector of the BCP local plan, what steps are now being taken to address the need to build more homes and to meet the requirements of the changes in planning legislation being proposed by the current government.
Thank you very much. The revised National Planning Policy Framework, the new one, is a material consideration in the Council's decisions on planning applications now. And this includes how the Council's housing land supply position is calculated. In respect to the Planning Inspector's letter following Part 1 of the hearings in January 2025, a report will be brought to Cabinet on the revised timetable for production of a new local plan. And as the local plan's submission was a decision of Council, that report will also need to come to Council for decision as well. Thank you.
Councillor, do you have a supplementary question?
Thank you, Chair. The Government announced today a further £2 billion to build social and affordable housing to help deliver the goal of 1.5 million homes. So will the plan that Councillor Phipps has just mentioned actually set out a detailed plan of how BCP intend to meet that goal?
I'm not 100% sure what the report will set out. It certainly will set out a timetable as to how we're going to produce a new local plan, and obviously that will be part of what we will be doing within the local plan. Whether that specific item will be in the report, I would have to find out for you. But certainly the timetable of how we will produce a plan, because we absolutely need one, and it will have to reflect the new National Planning Policy Framework and all other statutory guidelines that we have. Thank you.
Councillor Joe Salmon, I understand that you have a question to put to the portfolio holder for Customer Communications and Culture. Councillor Andy Martin on consultation.
Yep, so given the repeated issues with data integrity across council consultations, why does the council continue to use methods open to abuse with no meaningful safeguards to ensure responses are genuine? Not only can multiple online submissions be made using multiple email addresses, but there are also no checks preventing individuals from collecting and submitting large numbers of paper consultation forms. Why haven't stronger measures such as optional verification via council tax details or council service accounts or the open electoral register been introduced to ensure consultation results are meaningful, reliable and genuinely reflective of residents' views?
Thank you for your question, Councillor Salmon. I understand that you were briefed on these issues last week, but I'm happy to go through them again. It's important to recognise that a public consultation is not a vote or a referendum, but an opportunity to gather a range of insights, views and feedback on proposals before any decisions are made. BCP Council's consultations are successful at doing this. Thorough analysis of all the views is undertaken and presented in an accessible way for us to digest and understand as part of the Council's decision-making process. I'm unclear about your reference to repeated issues with data integrity. There has been one incident in recent consultations where the consultation team have highlighted that multiple responses could have been received from individuals. This was because they were alerted to a social media post that was encouraging people how to complete the survey multiple times. This isn't a usual occurrence, but the team have looked into what can be done to prevent this happening again. We are piloting different software for our online surveys, which asks respondents to create an account and verify email addresses. Most respondents to consultations choose to reply online rather than paper, but our paper surveys are available in libraries. The Research and Consultation Manager has engaged with IT to explore options for conducting online surveys that integrate with relevant data sets and the Council's CRM system, User Identity Management Solution. While this capability is not yet in place, we are actively evaluating solutions as part of our engagement platform, re-tender and future phases of the customer engagement programme. It's worth remembering consultations tend to provide the views of residents and stakeholders who have an interest or who are motivated by the topic being consulted on. To get insight into all residents' views about a particular proposal, the council can and does conduct sample survey research either on its own or as part of a consultation. The findings from sample surveys can be used with a certain degree of confidence to represent the views of the wider population should every resident have taken part in the survey. Some recent examples of this have included our budget consultation 25-26, library strategy and local transport plan. You will be aware that there are issues around using the data from the Open Electoral Register. Again, as with my previous answer, I am happy to meet with you to talk over your issues. Thank you.
Councillor Salmon, do you have a supplementary question?
Yeah, so just to be clear, with the current ongoing 20-mile-an-hour consultation, is there any way, with how it is being conducted now, that we can verify any of those responses are genuine beyond going, they put in an email address that was unique and had not been submitted before?
I don't know the answer to that, but I will take it under advisement and I'll come back to you.
Thank you, councillors. I will ask the Chief Executive to advise members of any urgent decisions taken by the Chief Executive.
Thank you, Vice Chairman. No urgent decisions have been taken, but I have been contacted during the meeting by Mr Philip Gattrell, who has commented that the title of his statement was missing when I read out his statement, and I believe was missing from the version that was circulated to all members. So he would like you to note, as he'd included in his count of 150 words, that the title was Council's Performance Indicators in 150 Permitted Words. So we'll add that into the minutes if that's permissible. Thank you.
So I shall formally close this meeting and wish you all a safe journey home.